All right, I believe we are live. What's up, everybody? Is my mic crackling or is it my headphones that are crackling? Please let me know immediately. What's up, everybody? Bray Thorn here, and we're going to be unboxing and stress testing a PC from Phynix PC. And this has been a long time coming, if you ask me. But please, I always ask for it's a unique audio setup I've got. So I always ask for a heads up. Let me pop this out so I can bring it over. And there we go. Perfect. Perfect. All right, there we go. What's up, everybody? Your headphones must be crackling. That's okay. They work great out in the garage, but in here there's probably too many signals. I'm right by the Wi-Fi router, and I'm using a little wireless thing for my headphones. But it's okay. Professional wireless monitoring setups are like way too expensive, so this is fine. As long as I can hear myself a little bit, I really don't care. So, sound is dandy. So are you, Steve. How's it going? Let me say hi to everybody. You know, I'd like to start it out like that. Some people who are here early. Gotham Guy, what's up? Tay, what's going on? Or is it TT? Fake, welcome. Mr. Heavy Hitters, welcome back. And of course, Steve and Nano Cyborg, how's it going? Fletch, welcome in. Appspire, welcome in as well. A Rekindled Dream, welcome to the stream. Oh boy, we're rhyming now. Oof, oof. It's gonna be one of those streams, guys. Oh man, I miss being live so much. Honestly, you guys just hit the notification thing on my Twitch channel, because one day I'm just gonna be like, forget making everything perfect. I'm gonna go live right now, just like that. I want to do that before TwitchCon. Like, how can I go to TwitchCon and I haven't streamed on Twitch since like February? And thank you, Steve, for mentioning to hit that like button, because that really does help, especially early on in a stream, to let YouTube know, hey, people like this, like whatever this bald dude is doing, they like it. So I do appreciate that. If y'all do it, thank you very much. And 10 of you already have. You 10 are awesome. And let's see. Mark Atkinson, welcome in. If I didn't already say so. Elena Acedo, welcome. And I'm still way behind, by the way. Have I missed anybody? Oh, Nano Cyborg, you're from Texas too. That's cool. All right, Donald Murphy, welcome. Love Boston. Boston's such a great town. Yeah, it's awesome there. That's right, Elena, it is in November. Meridan, how's it going? Nice, we got a mod in here, very cool. And Brad Casalinuovo, welcome. Bet you didn't think I was gonna get that, unless I didn't get it. I might not have gotten it. Negative TTV, welcome as well. Paul B, are you saying goodnight because you're leaving? Well, I'm glad you were here for a bit. David Leslie, hello. Gotham Guy. What? To that whoop whoop? I'm really not cool enough to respond to things like that. But I do try, and I think that's what counts. And stuffy room. Actually, that's what this room is right now. I should turn this fan on. I just hope it doesn't introduce a lot of noise. Give me a second. I've been like, why is it so like stuffy in here? And that really is the word. It's exactly what it is. Okay. So, white guy dropping the Espanol. Claro que sí. I'm from South Texas. Yeah. Born and raised. Oh, man. I could seriously go for some. No, I'm not going to start talking about food right now. That will drive me out of my mind. Okay. Just a torta. Anything. Anything from home would be amazing. Okay. Yeah, I just started chatting away to the room. I appreciate that. Keep it going. Just keep it moving. Okay, so what, I already mentioned it earlier, but what are we doing? What are we doing tonight, Brain? Well, Pinky, what we're doing, trying to take over the world. But we're going to start by reviewing this PC. And now, here's a note for those of you who had never been to one of these. and haven't sat through one of my 4-hour VODs from doing this before. This is not the kind of review that's designed for people who wouldn't buy a pre-built PC anyway. What do I mean by that? Well, a lot of people who want to buy a pre-built are very new to this. And once you start introducing way too many charts and graphs and this FPS, this FPS, this FPS, and this game, this game, this game, this game, it's like information overload. And information that maybe you don't necessarily need, because these PCs, like if you want to benchmark the parts, cool. But these PCs are greater than the sum of their parts. And that's what we're interested in, because we're interested in the company that's putting them together. So I've been slowly kind of reevaluating how I evaluate PCs. So what's really important here is we want to make sure that seriously, what is everybody stressed out about when they're getting a PC shipped to them? The whole getting a PC shipped to them part. Make sure everything's packed really well, and they got something special going on here for that. And then you make sure that everything's packed really well. You make sure that I show you guys how to unbox it and set it up, which is, you'd be surprised, and you may agree for yourself that sometimes that can be, if it's your first PC, a little bit nerve-wracking. We look at the build quality, the cable management. We see if it's like, oh, this kind of cable management where they could walk me through fixing it over the phone. Or, nope, they just want me to send it back, that kind of thing. And then we're going to evaluate that, then get it going, and then run some stress tests. That's what's important. There's already benchmarks for every PC component out there. If you're the type to look at charts, those videos already exist. What we want to see is whether this setup, the way it is thermally viable, whether it can cool itself properly. That's the number one thing. If it can do that, you should be able to hit your baseline numbers, no problem, okay? And we'll just kind of get the whole experience. That's what you want. That's what I've been told by a lot of people that they want. It's like, sorry, I hit the microphone there. Like, I just want to know what it's like to buy this. Is it good? Well, let's find out. Now, a word about Phynix PC. They build every PC that they sell on their Twitch streams. Twitch.tv/Phynix PC. Is it official or is it just Phynix PC? I think it's just Phynix PC. Why am I looking over here? There's nobody there. I'm all by my onesie right here. Anyway, Stuffy Room. Oh, so it's the quality of the shop rather than the parts. Stuffy Room, if you've ever bought good parts and had them installed at a bad shop, you know exactly what I'm about here. Doesn't matter if the part is the best in the world if it's done improperly. And that's what we care about, because the whole thing you're buying is getting it built for you. Was that done right? That's what we care about. Not numbers, 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 all right? You want me to just recite digits of pi and put the letters FPS at the end? Sure. It's just not super useful for the actual ownership experience. Because whatever FPS numbers you see on those charts, open up 12 Chrome tabs. You're going to ruin them, all right? To do little minute things like that, and even just over time, your computer gets a little slower, Don't get obsessed with FPS. As long as it's playable in a reasonable way for the money you're spending and for the parts you're getting, good. Hey, Mike, how's it going? Or should I say MB as you sign all of your comments there. Dave's Dimension, how's it going? 36 watching, 15 likes. Smash that like button. Oh, man, you're hitting me with math, ratios. Show some love for Bray Cuddles and the mods. Knowledge is about to be dropped. I do drop things. I was dropping stuff everywhere trying to get this place ready, because every time I do a stream, I want everything to be a little bit better. Every single time. Look, I'm blocking Link over here. No. Excuse me, creator tree. Excuse me, get out of the way. Thank you. There we go. You see? Already making improvements. I did this whole new setup for my desk, and it broke me, but it's nice. Wait till I do the tour. I'll be doing a tour. Okay. Let me make sure I'm keeping up with everything. I picked my recent new build from Central Computer. This is a computer shopper's secret. No shipping. No ship, large market, broad segmentation. Okay, interesting. I see these reviews to live vicariously. I wish I could build one of those myself. The last PC I built was a decade ago. Well, Elena, what I focus on here is actually for those who want the PC gaming experience but don't feel confident or comfortable building yet, don't want to build, they're just not interested in building, or don't have the time to build, or whatever the multitudinous reasons may be. This channel is mostly dedicated to helping people find the right pre-built for them. So whether it's going to be a pre-configured, pre-built, already in the box, ready to ship, or a highly customizable, pick each individual part, obsess over the motherboard, obsess over this, obsess over that, whatever, and then have them build it and send it out to you, or boutique experience, white glove treatment, all that stuff. Either way, my job is to help you figure out which one of those is right for you and find the right place for you to go. Or at least, I don't figure it out for you, at least not with my videos. I give you all the information you need to make an informed decision, because it's a big industry. And in my opinion, I feel like Dell, HP, and Lenovo are getting too much of it. So I talk about system integrators, companies that build PCs from parts that are off the shelf, so it's easier to get it repaired, get parts replaced, just troubleshoot it, upgrade it, all of those things. Very important. That's why I go with system integrators rather than OEMs that use proprietary components. As a pre-built buyer, I care more about the quality of the work than the parts themselves. There you go, Rebecca. Thank you very much. All we need to know, does it cook or not? I mean, it's gonna, we'll see. We'll see. This does have the cooling upgrade, so we'll find out. Okay, now this system actually was in my video that I published on Wednesday. That video detailed the system as one of the ones to buy around $1,500 because I did a couple little upgrades to it. Now, that video was actually, whatever your budget is, whenever I do those, they're a ton of work, but it's usually a system at every budget. I did multiple systems at every budget with varying things between them. Like, you want something fast? Boom, here's this one. You don't mind taking your time, getting the boutique experience? Boom, here's this one. All of that. But this one was in the around $1,500 range, but it starts actually around $1,250. I'll have to look at the actual price. So there's a lot going on with that, and I can show you real quick. Let's actually do that. Oh, I don't think I can do that the way I have it. You know what? Let's give this a shot. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to cinch the popped out chat there. And then we will go to, no, not that. I need to turn the light up on that, but I will when I need it. Okay. Let me minimize this real quick, or just bring that out. There we go. Okay, so what we're looking at today is the Syren right here. This is Phynix PC's website, of course, and the Syren is their sort of price to performance competitor here. Now, what we're looking at is running AAA titles at 1080p ultra settings, or 1440p with more medium settings, or whatever, depending on what game it is. Some games are a lot harder to run than others. But, that's always going to be just one thing I always encourage people to do is get comfortable with adjusting your in-game settings for each game. Optimize that. Like, I will sit there seriously for like 20 minutes, just like, man, it's kind of running stuttery. Let me turn off this setting or turn it down, and this setting, and this setting. I like to get the most out of what I have. So I've always kind of been like that, because I didn't, and now right now my cup runneth over when it comes to PC stuff, but it wasn't always the case. So what you do is, with this, you would then start customizing it. They walk you through every step of the way. I believe we went with a white one here. I asked them for the white one because it shows up better on camera. I also prefer that aesthetic. Say you choose Windows 11 Pro, no additional cost for that. It shows you and updates the price as you're going. I believe we went with the base Intel 12400F, the Vetru V240 right here for the cooler, DDR4 RAM, the Z series full ATX motherboard, because the B660 motherboard is a B660M, so it's micro ATX, and I generally don't like to see an MATX motherboard in a full ATX case. That is not my happy place. So yeah, but they did add that option, which is really nice. So I did that. As you can see, it does bump up the price some. The default RAM is 32 gigs. That's enthusiasts right there, keeping up with modern demands. Just because this is a little bit more on the budget side, do they go with a 512 gig M.2 drive like Main Gear does? For up to like $1,500 on their systems, you can get still a 512 gig M.2 drive. It's ridiculous. I harped on that quite a bit in the Wednesday video. Anyway, whatever. I've been over that quite a bit. I believe we stuck with the 3060 Ti and the 1 terabyte NVMe SSD, which is an NV2. It is a PCIe Gen 4, but on sort of the entry-level end of PCIe Gen 4, so at about 3,500 megabyte per second sequential read speeds. No secondary drive, no tertiary drive. 850 watt power supply by default, which is more than most systems at this price point will offer you, and there's no update, it's just how it is. You can add one rear RGB fan. I believe they did that. Okay, and there you go. $14.14 and 99 cents is our price for this system. Now, one thing you can do, if you're going to upgrade to that full ATX motherboard, you would want to consider getting something like the 13600K. It's not that much more. It brings the price up to $16.19, but you get a discount with my code, which is Braethorn. Just look at the channel name. You put the code in there. This will get it under $1,600. You have a 13600K, a Z series motherboard, 32 gigs of RAM, DDR4. You start with a terabyte of storage, but you can bump that up to 2 if you want, or go to a faster Gen 4 drive. There's a lot of very easy to sort of figure out options here. You know, like the one that's the lowest and farthest to the right is the most expensive and probably the better one. You can go up to a 4070 Ti in this system if you want, though the price will increase accordingly. Big difference between the price of a 3060 Ti and a 4070 Ti. So there you go. Those are your options. Comes with a 2-year parts and labor warranty. Okay? And you get to watch it being built live on stream. Now, what's the benefit of that? What's the benefit of watching it being built live on stream? You know what? First off, I don't have my fancy little... There we go. Give me just a second here. There it is. Now, and you can watch it being built live. I'm not recording. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Oh well, he can use the YouTube VOD. Sorry, Cuddles. All right, now from now on, it's better quality. All right. I went to the wrong thing. There it is. Okay. So now, and of course, you get to watch it being built live on stream. So what's the benefit of watching it being built live on stream? Well, think about it. For those who wanted to build it, didn't quite feel comfortable with it, don't have the time for it, or just didn't know where to start and just decided to go with a pre-built. If you want to have that sort of feeling of connection with that system or whatever, you know, one of the things that people who build DIY, as I myself have been doing for over 20 years, will tell you is like building it yourself has a certain sense of satisfaction. It just feels more significant. So I've been told by many a person who has watched their PC being built live on stream, either by Phynix PC or a different SI that does that, that there is that feeling. You feel more connected. You get to talk to the people building the system. You get to watch it being pieced together. It demystifies the whole process, and then you get to watch it fire up for the first time. Think about that. Any other pre-built, you don't get to even see when it fires up for the first time, that magical button press, and then they realize they didn't switch on the power supply, and then they do a second magical button press. Right. It happens to all of us, and not infrequently. Anyway, so that gives you that kind of feeling. Now, I've been installing quite a bit. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get started because there is a surprise in this box that is pretty cool, and it's something that I like to see. A neat thing that they do, a neat thing that Phynix PC does. So let's get this thing on the table. Don't really need this yet. Let's get this thing up on the operating table here. What is it, gum wrapper? How did that? I just cleaned off this. What? It was probably stuck in the thing. Whatever. And I'm going to show you what the little surprise is. Let me see if I've missed anything here. Can you do video on the Skytech Nebula i5 12400F? Alexa Keith? I mean, I can look at it. I can't just demand it. I can't just like make Skytech send it to me. And I definitely can't afford to buy it, so. The next video is a Skytech-centric video. So. B306012 is the #1 choice. There are some spec issues. I get 7877 XT, but show me the product. I think I'm having a syntax error here, Mike. But 13400 base, I think, or 7600. Okay. 3060 Ti is what's in this system, and I have to say it is one of my favorite GPUs from the previous generation. It always punched above its weight class, and no one can deny that. All right. So the Lian Landcool 216 is the case that they use for this PC, and it is not. I should probably remove this. Excuse me. You can't see it yet, so it's okay. It is not that huge of a case. So why the huge box? Well, there is a reason for that. With apologies to... Oh, yes. Stick around, because at some point, if I get a response back, which I have. Let me actually check that really quick. Okay, so I feel bad now because I put on all of the thumbnail and stuff, giveaway announcement. Well, I'm announcing something right now. This PC will be given away. And the problem is, it's late on a Saturday. This was supposed to happen on Thursday, initially, but the video got delayed for various valid reasons, all right? Anyway. So the people who would usually be in charge of setting up giveaways aren't there. So this PC is going to be given away. I don't have the details yet. Check the video on Monday or Tuesday, whenever that video comes out. And whenever that video does come out, there is going to be another unboxing and testing stream that follows right after. The video is going to be focused on that SI, and that system I'm going to unbox and test is going to be from that SI. So what's so special about this? Well, it says fragile. Sorry. I think that's French. It's a major award. Okay, no. What's special is what they use for the packing material. And they don't just use, closed cell foam, always good. Single impact rated old school styrofoam, not as good. Peanuts, never. Are you kidding me? For a PC, never ever. No, what they use is even better. Wait. I do have a camera for this. Yeah, it got a little dingy on the way over here, clearly. But let's turn this up. Oh, that's down. Perfect. Let's see what's so special about it. Oh, look at that. Right when you open it, quick start guide. There you go. QR code, very modern, very modern. There's more. Okay. They got me. They got me. Oh, it's Italian. Right. That's the one. So yes, there is actual packing material. Yes. In abundance, actually. I don't have a trash. I didn't anticipate this, so I don't have a trash bag ready. Okay. You actually, okay, so here's just a fact about Phynix PC. You actually get the original boxes for your hardware, okay? That is a big thing that they're very much dedicated to doing, and it's really cool. So we have the original box for our Asus Dual GeForce RTX 3060 Ti OC edition. And it is a white GPU for this white build. So if whoever wins this likes a clean white build, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, you're gonna love this. Well, we'll just take a look at the thing, of course, but you have, and this is something I'm definitely a fan of here, all of your cables for the modular power supply. Oh, sorry. All of your cables for the modular power supply. So if you ever want to upgrade, you know, add maybe a, I don't know, maybe you want to throw in an 8 terabyte or like a 16 terabyte mass storage drive, or you want to put in a 2.5 inch SATA drive, SATA SSD. Well, you would sure need one of these, wouldn't you? Your SATA power. Otherwise, you're going to have to talk to the manufacturer to get the right cables. This is actually something that I tell a lot of SIs, particularly the ones who don't send all the cables by default, where you have to request it. Just send them. This does not take a lot of space, but it sure can save a lot of headache. Super sick for Christmas, for Christmas or reselling parts. Absolutely. Sorry, my name isn't updated on here. Zenito on Twitch. Okay, cool. What's up, Carnage? What's up, Ray? It's been a while. Finally pulled the trigger on PC parts myself. Very cool. Look at this. You have a box for all your PC screws right here. Now, is that a thing? Yeah, that is a thing Lee and Lee started doing. I know for the longest time, Fantex did this. Oh, wait. That's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. Because I don't recall Lee and Lee doing this forever, right? This might be a recent thing. Maybe Fantex should sue them. I'm kidding. It's just because Lee and Lee sued Fantex for trying to do daisy chain fans. And yeah. Yeah, you got all the things here. There's like if you ever see these weird little rubber bumper things, like what are those for? Well, if you actually are going to be installing something like this mechanical hard drive, it's got moving parts. This is part of actually mounting it so where there's no vibration. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. But yeah, that is pretty funny. Do they make 4090 PCs? You better believe it, Mystic Tryhards. They absolutely do. They'd be fools not to, for the whales out there. If you want to go absolutely nuts, you can. And then you can watch it being built live on stream, which is just like, it kind of just makes sense when you're dropping that much money on a PC. But then again, the same goes for any amount of money. It doesn't matter what your budget is. It will feel like a lot of money to you. You know, if your budget's high, great, cool, whatever. If your budget's entry level and actual budget, that's still going to feel, you know, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not trying to get, say, special treatment for those who can spend more. No, no, no. Everyone should get the special treatment. And you know what happens at Phynix PCs? They do. Look at this. So this actually still has the stock fan in it. There you go. If you have an issue with the AIO for some reason, throw the stock fan on there. You're ready to go. The box for the RAM, your power cord, there you go, and a bag for the power cable. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I can actually see and appreciate why they don't do that off the bat, so you can actually see everything you have. Okay, so that's your PSU screws right there. That's some kind of weird corner bracket thing. Don't know what it is. And then some Velcro straps, all from Enermax. Thanks, Enermax. But I don't get to keep you. You're going to go to a new owner once we get the details on that. Again, check the video on Monday or Tuesday, whenever it comes out. The weekly video, System Integrators Weekly. And stay for the stream afterwards, why don't you? I want to do that. Whenever there's going to be... And I couldn't do that here. Because this has actually been waiting for a while. There's probably going to be like updates this system needs to do because I've had this for a little while. You know, stuff came up, and I did warn them very, very much in advance. Like, hey, there's going to be a lot going on during that time. I don't know how soon I'll be able to get to it. They're like, don't worry about it. Just get to it in good time. So, but the plan going forward, I think, is going to be for me to do that. Where right before I do one of these unboxing streams, I'm just trying to box this back up nicely. I'm going to do an episode focusing on that SI, and I think that's a good idea. I'll go ahead and hold on to that. Let's get these out of the way. It's a nice box. Look at that cat. He's so angry. Why are you so angry? He's probably hungry. I know I haven't had dinner because some habits just never change. So yeah, wait, hold on a second. I am confused. I just noticed that this thing says 650 watts. That is 200 watts lower than what it says on the site. Phynix, and all of you guys, I'm just including all of y'all in this. What's the dealio, yo? Let me see the message I was sent giving me the specs and make sure that it could just be they use a different box, but I don't think they would do that. It says 850 watt, 80 plus gold. It says 850 watt, 80 plus gold in the message they sent me with the specs. So guys, either this is the wrong box. It's still Enermax. They both said Enermax. Or you done goofed. We're just going to set that aside for now. That's another thing about this, as long as you're using the right boxes. It's a quick way to just check, hey, this has all the stuff it's supposed to. It's written there right on the box. Of course, you actually have your anti-static bag, a SATA cable, some of these things that you might actually end up using. Definitely you want the Wi-Fi antenna. You have some M.2 screws right there. Are these the screws? No, these are the plastic lockers. I would suggest actually putting these on the board, guys, because they're a devil to put on there. They're really hard to put on there for customers, but you guys will get used to it really quick. Just so that it's there. It's just a little plastic thing for them to turn to install a new drive. And this right here, do not throw this away. This is to protect the CPU socket if you have to RMA the motherboard. You do not want bend pins because that means no, you disqualify or your warranty is gone. These are the antennas for your Wi-Fi right there. So we can hold on to those. I'll show you how they go on. It's really easy. And a driver disc, because what year is it? It doesn't, all right. What are we gonna have next? IDE cables? In the time before cable management was possible? It was not, it was hardly possible with those. They were just a mess. At least I had an excuse not to bother. Oh yeah, so Z690A Pro Wi-Fi DDR4 from MSI. And that's what it says. Still wondering about that power supply. What this? Okay, parts for the Landcool 216. Oh, wait a second. Oh, is this a... I know this case has some tricks up its sleeve where you can sort of, I believe this is the one where you can lift up the motherboard tray or lower it a little bit. Here you have their GPU anti-sag bracket thing right here. I see it went unused. That's fine. The card itself may have come with one. And you have everything here. Yeah. And this is just a blank panel right here. So, okay, we're ready. We're ready to move on, everybody. You know, like, we've been ready for that, Ray. Thanks. Okay, okay. We're going. We're going. There's a little white dot there to let whoever's packing it know, like, yeah, this is for the white cases. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Bet you didn't know I was going to say that. Sorry. Okay. Just saw TechSource open Lee and stuff, and it had that screw box. Yeah. Well, that's been a Fantex thing for a long time. telling you. Ready to see a review on Skytech Prism 3. Well, you're ready earlier than I am. That's going to be Monday or Tuesday, depending on when the video comes out, probably Monday. Guess what I have to do after the stream is over? Record that episode. So that Mr. Cuddles can edit it tomorrow morning. Guys, we crank out 30 to 40 minute videos every week in a day and a half, and like in a matter of 20 hours or so, 24 hours. But like this last one ended up taking like 60 hours because it was a multiple PCs at every price point, lots of work. Did you do a review on MG1 by Main Gear? Mystic Tryhards, they were supposed to send me one a very long time ago and they haven't done it yet. I was waiting on a review sample. They actually have review units that make the rounds, basically. Now, I'm going to show y'all how I do this. Go back to the main cam for this. There's a couple ways you can do this. And what I'm actually going to walk it out of there. I had to do this with the EK PC as well. So that one was a lot heavier. Okay, I had to turn off my ringtone, but first I had to answer my daughter. Okay, I was in the middle of something. Let's go. What was I saying? Can anybody tell me what I was saying? What's the budget for this build? This build is, well, I'm not building it. This one came out to about, I think, $1,400 all told. It is a pre-built, but with a decent amount of customization available. And of course, they're using the Landcool 216 RGB. Now, from what they did was they sent me a spec list on Discord way back when they had built this thing and sent it out. So I'm going to have to double check that power supply. I'm actually going to open it up and see what the power supply lists on its label. But anyway, it's apparently there is a mismatched fan that they put in the back of the case, which is something I personally would want to avoid. So we're going to have to see if that's a thing that they did. Pardon me, gotta hydrate. Yeah, we're going to see about Carnage. We'll see, yeah, as Robert said. Yeah, we haven't opened it yet. Looks like a breaker bracket, yeah. Wouldn't you need a riser cable? I legit don't know. Robert, yes, you would. Usually sold separately, though. Wonder if someone from Phoenix is watching and thinking, oh, crap, we goofed the PSU. Look, this is a thing this is one of those things that they would fix. Well, here's the thing. You're watching it being built on stream, right? You can straight up tell the builder, hey, I ordered an 850 watt PSU. Oh, well, I'm sorry about that. Must have been something on the BOM for this. Let me get that fixed for you. Where else can you do that? A couple other places, but not for every build like they do here. There's some places where, this is what they do. This is central to their whole culture over there at Phynix PC. But this wasn't a typical build, so I wasn't there for the build. Now, unboxing a PC, and I do go over this every time. For those who've been here a bunch, yeah, it's all the same. Unboxing a PC, when you look at the box, you're going to have on most of these handles like this, right here. Sometimes you need to pull these out, and it's a little hard to do. You can get like a little paper clip and do that. I just squish my fingers. and do that, or I'll use this thing to pull them out because they can get caught on the styrofoam. So you want that side up, wherever the handles are. You want that side up. And it's going to be kind of similar to what I just did, except we're going to flip it completely upside down. Oh, Lee and Lee. Lee and Lee, you're not a budget brand. What are you doing? Oh, by the way, they customized this for me. Oh, yeah, look at that customization. That's me. What was I just cursing Lee and Lee for? Guys, for those of you who know, would you consider Lee and Lee a budget case brand? Seriously. Because, well, I'll let the packing material speak for itself. But yeah, you just fold these down and keep it down. And then you very carefully flip it over while keeping your fingers here to keep it from sliding out. It takes minimal effort on that usually. Sometimes you have to like lift up on the bottom part there to let some air in. Oh, did it really? Hold on. There we go. And there you go. You unboxed it. Now that does not look like the packing material for a mid-tier to premium case. This is not the fault, clearly not the fault of Phynix PC, but Lee and Lee, for everything but their 011 cases, they use this like single impact rated, old school, falls apart, leaves little bits everywhere, styrofoam. It's awful. It's awful and cheap and like, okay, just use the same foam you use for your nicer cases. Like, why would you do that? Anyway, so this is the bottom here. Let's just lift up here. As you can see, they did use Instapack, the Phynix PC. Did use Instapack there. And then we just very gently put it up onto its feet. And we have unboxed the PC. There you go. Simple as that. Now, what do I always say about all your packing material in the boxes? Keep all of it, even if it's this cheap stuff here. Why do you do that? Because if you're going to be moving, or you're going to be sending it off for an RMA back to the SI, there is no better packaging than what it was already meant for it, what was designed for it. You keep this stuff, you tidy up the box, put everything in there, and get all of your original part boxes, put them in the bigger box, there you go, and keep that all together. It's going to make RMAs a lot easier if need be. And don't think that like preparing just in case of an RMA is like a pessimistic move. It's a computer. Computers can have problems. Regardless of how well they were built, computers can just have issues. They're mysterious like that. Did you say air intake? Mesh. So, yeah. Plus you have the mesh on the bottom here. So let's actually raise this up here. See, I got these little things everywhere. Lee and Lee. Lee and Lee. Get off my lawn. Ah, lazy Susan. The perfect helper for a lazy Braithorn. Oh, I should have it off to the side of it, I think. Okay. Get out of here. I'll sweep you up later. Let's take a look at this guy. Now, as you'll see here, they do have the Instapack in here. One cool thing that Phynix PC does, and there are quite a few of those things, you actually label these in the order that you remove them. Okay? Because sometimes, if you're not careful removing Instapack, you can rip out cables. You need to sort of wiggle it out, work it out, and don't just yank it out. Okay? And on the other hand, it shows you, if you count in reverse, what order to put them back in if you need to ship the thing. So, okay, so all you have are a couple of thumb screws here, one at the top. I can't see the wattage yet. If anyone's out there in chat being like, what's the wattage? What's the wattage? I can't see that yet. So you have this one thumb screw here, actually, and it just pops forward. There you go. So he's got these little ball tabs here that just get caught in there. There you go. That's probably not the right term for them, but whatever. Now, where do you put your glass side panel? Not on the floor, leaning against your desk. Even if it's carpet, do not do that. The box is right there. Just put it in the box. There we go. Look at how nicely packed in this is. So we're going to give this just some gentle encouragement to get the heck out of here. There we go. Simple as that. You can see how this forms to go right under the GPU, support it completely, but it goes also into the actual fan shroud, but it will compress when you're pulling on it. Just you have to do it very carefully. You don't want to yank these cables out. And look at these nice, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, where does this go? In the box. Waste not, want not, all right? Okay. This one's a little trickier. Give it wiggles. Oh, I'm getting the... It's because of the AIO here. So there's the option to get just the Vetru V5 cooler, the tower cooler, or you can get the Vetru 240 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler here, or a 360. This one has a 240. And with it being the 12400F, the 240 is actually, I think, overkill. I would say the Vetru V5 would be more than enough, but you're getting additional RGB fans. You're getting it may be quieter cooling as well, going with an AIO. So this is really wedged in there. All right, we're gonna lay this on its side, just so I can get a better look at what I'm doing. Wrong one. All right, there we go. So what you have are some tubes coming out of the AIO right here, and they're sort of, yeah, they're totally entangled in this. So I have to move those tubes, and I should be golden after that. I got to stretch them a tiny bit, nothing crazy. At the very least, I mean, at most, I would just have to take out the GPU, which is one of the easiest things to do for your PC, guys. Installing or removing a GPU is like, it's a good entry point for troubleshooting or just learning how to build a PC, is that it's just slot it in and put in the 2 screws, put in your power. Removing it is that, but reversed. Jeremy Wiggs started following you a few weeks ago and really enjoying watching your content. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate that. I enjoyed reading that comment. Since I have a Lee & Lee 011 XL on my desk next to me, no? Wait, what? No. Right. I know, but the prices have slid down in the last few months. Maybe they want to become a budget choice. That's not really where they're headed, I think. I mean, they're not releasing a new... what they're currently releasing out into the market is not a budget case, but rather the 011 XL Evo. They're not going to lose their premium roots, basically. I mean, speaking of the roots, it's not like they're making like all aluminum cases or anything, or like all. They used to make some crazy stuff. Dude, this is like wound into. Okay, Phoenix gonna have to be a little careful when you're throwing these in here with an AIO, because it has completely enveloped the AIO tubes. I'm actually going to have to... I don't like to remove components before testing anything, but I'm going to have to remove the GPU, because I got to be careful here. These are some nice quality Asia Horse, right? Yep. Nice cables. I like the feel of the jacket on these wires. Very nice. It's going to be hard to get to the release there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it, but I have to try. I need my trusty chopstick, and I don't think I have it. That's what I usually use. It's like softer than the solder joints, kind of, but I mean, you can still knock one off. And non-conductive, but I don't think I have one. I don't know if I can actually remove this. At least having the cables out of there helps a tiny bit, but not a lot. Okay, I see where it was pinching the tubes. Okay. There's a part here where it went completely wrong. What happened to my camera? Oh boy. All right, 1 second. I think I know what happened. 1 second, guys. One sec. I just got to swap this battery real quick. It is on charger, but I don't run a really high-powered charger because it'll overheat the camera. And I had to test it a lot earlier. 1 second. What's up? All right, 1 second. Gonna mute. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Hi, Mr. Gatine. How's it going? It passed all QC checks before coming out, but shortly after, I started having some issues. I just had to return a near 6K bill to SI due to motherboard issue that had to be replaced. It was overheating from almost nothing running. And when sent it back, they found a motherboard issue. Okay, yeah, those can be gremlins that are hard to find. They don't present themselves under stress testing, but under longer term use, they will show up. But yeah, it was basically pinching the tubes. And the funny thing is, something like this makes more sense for an air cooler. This ain't gonna move in shipping. This ain't going anywhere. But you also need to keep the GPU well placed here. So, but yeah, you can kind of see it was like, yeah, it's just gnawing on that. Which these tubes are very robust. It's fine, but you have to finally look inside the system, guys. The problem is this is probably unusable for repacking. Just go on Amazon. If you have to send this thing, go on Amazon, grab yourself some Instapack packets and just redo it. But yep, this is an instance where cut foam can actually be really nice. You just have a big piece of stiff cut foam right here, and then Instapack underneath it, or cut foam there, and then you don't have to worry about that kind of thing. It can be difficult for the end user, but we have some nice RGB T-Force RAM here. This is going to be DDR4 3600. Here, how about this? So yeah, nice white on the heat spreaders there with RGB, Team Group T-Force RGB, DDR4 3600, CL38, not 38, CL18. 30, I was thinking DDR5. Anyway, whatever. Now, here's the interesting thing for me. And this is a message I would have for Phynix PCs. Nice custom white cables here, but what about the 24-pin? Where did that one go? If you're going to do something, do it 100%, guys. And for those who know me, that's how I am. I can like a company quite a bit. And what happens if something is not ideal IMO with their system, it just means I'm a little extra disappointed, because I feel if you regard a company or person highly, you should expect more out of them. Please don't expect more out of me. My videos are going to be late. My streams are going to start late. I was only like 7 or 8 minutes late tonight, okay? That wasn't too bad. Although I did push it back 30 minutes. Shush. Anyway, nice thing about this motherboard here is that you actually have easy access to 2 more M.2 sockets right there for adding additional storage. Very easy to get to because this card is a standard 2-slot card. Really nice looking card though. But this whole space down here, this is what I'm talking about when I say if you have a full ATX case, you want a full ATX motherboard. If this was the MATX motherboard that is the default option, that would be just blank white case, and the wires that are normally plugged in right here would be plugging all the way up here. You just see wires being dragged up here, basically. Where's our USB 3? Oh, it's over here. Okay, so actually this motherboard is nice. It has dual USB 3 front panel connectors, which you can actually route to the back here because you can actually get a USB 3.0 add-in card that doesn't use a PCIe slot. Just one that gives you those 2. Anyways, whatever. Other than that, let's see, these cables. Okay, time to nitpick, let's go. That's what I do, all right? I do it for everybody. These cables right here, I think could have gone up this way. It'll be a little cleaner than just going over the VRM heat sinks right here, because you can tuck them down right by the DIMM slots for the RAM, and then just bring it up with these cables here. So these cables, I think, should have been on this side, or at least wrap around it. I'll often, actually, I'll unmount whatever cooling solution I have there to put cables like running under the mount there, although that can be a problem. But if you have to replace the cable, you have to replace the cooler anyway. But yeah, I feel like the having white cables here and not here thing is a bit weird. This cable is just as large, if not, well, I mean, it's larger actually than, I mean, it's a larger cable, a better opportunity to have a nice combed color cable, even though it's just from here to here, and this is a longer cable that shows more. I would say definitely would have been good to have that here. And when I mean, the thing about these are built live on stream, but you can do some cleanup afterwards. Like these probably shouldn't be crossed over like that, but they probably weren't. They probably were tucked in like this until I yanked out that Instapack right there. So there's that to consider. You just push these up a little bit. You can always just sort of move the combs around a little bit yourself, just to sort of like, I mean, you don't care what they look like when they're pointing down. You care if they look like pointing forward, right? Just do that to sort of like tidy them up. Because these will shift probably in shipping. Oh, I didn't click that in all the way. Watch out for that. Make sure you click it all the way. When you tug it, it won't come out. It's funny because I didn't end up having to remove the GPU anyway, but people might do that. There we go. And no, this is not a 40 series card, so there's no 12VH PWR connector there. Okay. But yeah, it is a different vibe whenever, it's a different situation whenever someone's building live than when they're building and nobody's watching and they're just doing it, like it's less pressure that way if you do it not on a live stream and you have to entertain people at the same time. Now you'll notice here, that's a SATA cable. What they do is they route SATA power and data for at least one drive. So if you have a drive where you're gonna move over all data, then you have already the connections that you need. Now, what am I hitting there? Hitting something. There we go. Ah, okay. Now looking over here at the, let me just pull this down. There we go. Pull out a little bit. Looking right here, we have the white fans and radiator and tubes. So if you're getting, I mean, that's one thing Vetru does really well. When they're color coding something, it looks really nice. The downside here is that we have Lee and Lee fans here in the front, Lee and Lee RGB. In the back, we have a Cooler Master Halo RGB fan, a 140 millimeter, which is nice to have. And the Halo fans look really nice. And then you have Vetru RGB here in the top. So what happens when you have so much mixing and matching with that is that it's not just a software thing, though that can be an issue sometimes if you have something like a Corsair fan with proprietary connectors and all that. And you can't pretend like just because they have the Link system now, those older fans don't all still exist out there with probably tens of thousands of them still in circulation, still sitting on a warehouse shelf. It's also the actual tone of the color coming from those RGB lights. They use different brands of light emitting diodes, okay? Different manufacturers because they source those. So yeah, you're gonna have different, if you put, say you put an awesome purple color, you're going to have a slightly pinker purple here, a slightly bluer purple here, and then the front's going to be exactly what you wanted. And it generally, it's good to, now of course, here's the thing. It would raise the price to be pulling all these fans out and then putting in all one type of fan. What I would have done is to mitigate this a bit, maybe go with a 140 millimeter Lee and Lee fan here or Vetru fan here. There you go. So that way you only have two. And the front fans are going to have they're going to display mostly through the front mesh. That's what you're going to see. So that's already slightly adjusted, right? And then the top and rear fan are the ones you see the most. You don't want those to mismatch. That's what we have here. And on the site, if we look at it, you'll notice that for the option to add one rear RGB fan, it doesn't tell you add one matching rear RGB fan. I would try to match that up. Just my 2 cents. And these are just the little quality of life things that you can offer your customers. It's funny because I'm talking here to you guys. You're buyers, right? You're like looking to maybe buy a PC, or you're just enjoying watching this this procedure, right? Watching me go through all this stuff. But I talk just as much to the SI. The cool thing is both of those, talking both to you and to the SI, ends up helping buyers, ends up helping consumers. So, or it can anyway. But yeah, so yeah, what that bracket we saw earlier that's like the vertical bracket. That's if you want the GPU to be displayed vertically. Anyway, so that's the tour of the system. I need to see now, and I can just remove this side mesh here, and let's actually do that on this camera. I'm grabbing a trusty screwdriver right here, and we're going to remove this side mesh to see what the wattage is on our power supply. And that's just, let me get this in the right position. I might have to turn it around completely. I don't actually know. This side isn't going to show us. Okay, let's check out the cable management first then. We're going to look in on the other side. Camera's having a little trouble focusing there. It would seem there's no screw. Let's back up some. It would seem there's no, it looks like there's a screw there. That's for the top panel. There's nothing holding this in. It just comes off. But it's not glass, so I guess it's not as critical. And there is our cable management. Remember, this was done live on stream. Look at that. Look at that work right there. Quite nice. I see some pretty nice options added here by Lee. This panel here that's blocking the mounting bracket for the cooling solution there, this does come off. One screw there, another screw there, and then you push up and it comes off. So you can access that. You have two mounting points for 2.5-inch SSDs, and then in the bottom you have room for a 3.5-inch hard drive, and that is where the SATA cables are run. But you could probably pull this up to run it into here pretty easily. And I still do not see a label. I'm gonna have to straight up remove the power supply, or at least just pull it out. But there's not like a rear bracket to pull it out like that. I'm gonna have to pull it out this way. But I gotta know if they actually sent the wrong power supply, that it's not a matching system with what's on the site. Because I like, how useful is it really for you guys if I'm gonna review a system that's not exactly how it's spec'd on the site? It is just the power supply, but like, you know, it's important to know. It's important that, to me, that it matches what a customer would be getting. I'm a little worried about this cable placement here. It might pinch if I try to remove this, but I'll pull it forward and it should come out just fine. Still bothered by this. That 24 pin should have been an extension. It's weird that it doesn't match. See, this styrofoam gets everywhere, Lee. It gets in the system. Ugh. All right, so let's push this forward if we can. Do I have to remove this? I have to remove this, don't I? I know my job doesn't seem hard, guys, but it is pretty tough on this old body. And here they're giving me extra work. I thought you guys liked me, man. Phoenix, I thought you guys liked me. What's going on? Why give me extra work to do? There we go. So what I had to do was remove the HD audio cable from the motherboard header there. And now I can drop this back down and remove the power supply. I'm not about to pinch a cable in this thing. It's going to a new lucky owner there. And what I'm going to say is, if this is 650 watts, I fully expect Phynix PC to deliver on how they originally spec out the system and how they told me it was going to arrive. Because that's what I would expect for any customer who got the wrong component. If I was keeping it for myself, I'd be like, yeah, whatever. I got power supplies. It's fine. I'd be disappointed, but not like in a stern way. I'd just be like, yeah, it's okay. Just be careful with customer systems. That's what I would say. Oh, man, what a pain in the butt. Really? Okay, this is 650 watts, guys. Hold on here. There you go. Son, I am disappointed. It'll run the system. 3060 Ti can totally run on 650 watts. It was actually surprising to me that they promise an 850 watt power supply regardless of what GPU you choose. I like that. And I even mentioned that when I was covering the system, because it gives you room for upgradability in the future without having to swap your power supply. Now this cable's getting in the way. Yeah, let me back out. There you go. Now this little guy's getting in the way, but it's nothing bad. Like I can get past that without damaging it. If you think you got the wrong part, I fully expect, you know, anyone who's at least a little bit versed in this kind of stuff to do something like this, to pull it out. And PSU manufacturers are terrible about putting the label in a place that's easy to be seen for aesthetic reasons. So you're basically setting your customers up for a bad time. I mean, I know I'm just a reviewer, not a customer, and you didn't get paid for this, but it is going to a customer. What am I getting caught on? I'm getting caught on this grill here or something that's just slightly in the way. Oh, it's this rubber bumper thing here. God, man, seriously. Ugh. These rubber supports here, I thought they were supposed to adjust, but they don't. So in this case, you cannot adjust these supports. So it's really kind of giving me a tough time here. And if I'm not mistaken, is this? So I pulled out this cable here. I would say, oh, this is in the way. It's hard for you to see it. But this is starting to get, this got stripped off some. Can you see it now? Yeah. This got stripped off some right here. It didn't eat through the whole jacket, but that means that in your order of operations, as you're doing things, guys, Phynix, I know one thing y'all probably do is to cable manage as you go. That means the way that you cable manage this is to tuck it behind this clip with this part sticking out of the bottom. You're then rubbing on the jacket for this cable here, which is a SATA power cable for the entire fan controller up here. You short this thing out, you're gonna have problems. It's not that much effort to just leave this out for now, and after you've put in the power supply or whatever it is that's rubbing off on this, to then tuck this into here. Or just don't do it like this, and instead, like, run it with this, the EPS power connector here. Just, even though it runs across and it doesn't look as nice, oh, this actually does go down here. So this does go down here. I had to undo that cable management to get the power supply out. Okay, well, I say, guys, not gonna sugarcoat it, not having a good time here. Genuinely disappointed. I don't want to have to tell people, hey guys, check out Phynix PCs. Those guys are really cool. They do a really cool thing. Check all your components though. When you get your PC, you have to make sure that you get what you paid for. I don't ever want to have to say that about you guys. I have a code with you. That's a symbol of trust. Okay? That's me vouching for you. You can't be doing stuff like this, like wearing important wires thin, wearing the jacket thin on these. I'm not smart enough to tell you whether that's the ground or, whatever wire that might be. Exposed copper is bad copper. You don't want that. You don't want exposed copper on live wires, okay, on any wires. So, yep. This is why we do this. We do this because I could just be here being like, oh yeah, man, kumbaya, good vibes. Good vibes. No, like, good vibes are great. But this is something that runs a lot of electricity. It's a lot of money. Even if it's, even if it's the Harpy, even if you're going for the budget, if it's a lot of money for you, it's a lot of money. Doesn't matter. And I don't like to see corners cut. I definitely don't like to see wires cut. And I don't like to see incorrect components. Like, this isn't even an option in the builder. It's not even an option to get a 650 watt power supply. What happened? I wish I had one of them in here to just be like, oh snap, that's us, or something. I usually, whenever I do, and I know I delayed this myself, and they're off right now, but Anyway, there's something I want to make clear though, all right? Stuff like this happens. It happens to every single system integrator out there. I don't care how fancy they are, how long they've been doing it. Every single SI can make a mistake. This is just me calling that mistake out. I'm not trying to like beat a dead horse. I'm just trying to show that I do take it seriously. Yes, giveaways are fun. We're going to be giving away this PC. But I don't think I'm going to send it directly to the giveaway winner. I'm pretty sure this needs to go directly back to Phynix PC so they can fix this. I don't have time to wait for the part to come in and do the swap and all that. I just, like, it's not the kind of thing that I budgeted the time for. Okay, it needs to go back to them. They need to tidy this up. And this is probably fine with just some electrical tape. Really, it is. But you guys got to be careful about your tolerances, about your order of operations. You don't put cables in harm's way during your build, whether you're building on stream or not. There's no excuse for that. Okay? What did I do when I was like, oh, this cable's going to get pinched? I unplugged it. And but this one seemed like it would be okay. I guess I had the same thought that y'all did. Like, yeah, it's fine. It's a thin cable. It'd be totally fine. Well, because of the rubber bumpers on the bottom of this case to support the power supply and for anti-vibration, it's pushing up on that grill as you're going in. So you have to like push up on that. It's a bad time. Anyways, I think I've harped on that enough. You guys can start calling me one of your harpies now. By the way, it's actually a nice filter sort of frame for the power supply. I've seen premium cases that just have a floppy magnetic piece of junk that like has no structural support. This is nice. The downside is you do have to move your PC out to get to this, but this is for filtering the air, filtering the dust out of the air that goes into the power supply, which has the fan pointing down underneath it. So pull this thing out every couple months and dust this thing off, all right? Get a brush or something and get that dust out of there, some canned air, because a power supply can handle a lot of heat. They're designed to do so. Don't force it to, though. If you maintain things beyond what's necessary, you're going to get better longevity out of those things. That's a pretty universal thing across the board. Computers are not. So, what notes do we have so far for Phynix PC? Okay, maybe figure out a new way to route the power supply, the power cable for the fan controller there. It could very easily just come right up here and then over to the side. Don't push this to the back if you can avoid it, and you can avoid that. I do need to remember to plug this back in, which just here. I'm not showing you what I'm doing. So yeah. So this right here, don't run this back here. There's not a good way to do that. Instead, I would say run it up this here, and then you just come across right there, and bam, you got your power. If it's too short for that, just figure out something other than pushing it under this, because this is how it was. It was here, and then around there, which, you know, it works, but it forces this part to be out, and then that can get pinched by your power supply, or scraped by the power supply, which is what I imagine happened here. Unless it came like that, in which case, badly in Lee. How dare you? But I don't think so. I wouldn't assume so. Okay, so enough about that. Otherwise, a very, very clean job of cable management. I always love to see the SATA cables pre-run there. And although these are the places you would think to put your SSDs, your 2.5 inch, you do have mounting points in here. These just slide out, which is something I like that Lee does. So they have the SATA cables tucked into there. So all I gotta do is grab this, pull out the tray, and guess what? You have mounting for 2.5 inch SSDs as well. So you could always just mount it there and then slide this thing back in. And guess what? Thanks to, oh, and also you have more SATA cables available in the, there we go. Slots it in there. You have your power, you have your data. There you go. That's something I like that they do. And I want to see more of that from other SIs. Assume, you give your customers the opportunity to do upgrades. Don't assume that they want to, but give them the ability to if they so desire. Plenty of people out there are never going to open their PCs, and they don't have to. No one is saying they have to. It's a great way. Pre-builds are a great gateway into DIY, but it's not a requirement. That's why you're buying a pre-built. Let me tuck this back where it goes. This was just under here. I do like these tabs a lot. I think this one should have been higher, and that then you're not risking, because as this is positioned, you can't help, if you're using it, because it's designed to be used with something to go behind it, you're putting it in harm's way. So that's a design flaw from Lee, but it is a builder's the builder's job is to recognize those kinds of things and avoid them. I guess this may have been up here. No, there's not enough slack for that. Okay. I hate undoing cable management when I'm just doing the first impressions, but that is what had to happen. Now we know it's the wrong PSU, but that's... I've seen worse, guys. Trust me, I've seen a lot worse in these things, in other unboxings. This is not the worst I've seen, for sure. Now, what we can do is I can give you a close look at the I/O. We'll go over here. Man, this top-down cam thing is sick. It's awesome. Okay, decent I/O on this motherboard for sure. So what you have here is you've got a 10 gigabit USB 3.2 Gen 2, whatever. Okay, 10 gigabit USB Type A, 5 gigabit USB Type A times two of those, and then 4 old school USB 2.0s. Now, what you'll have here, you'll put your mouse and keyboard into that, maybe something like an older webcam that uses USB 2.0, something like that, into these, or a headset. Most headsets are USB 2. And then USB 3 you can use for things like, higher end webcams, things like that. This is going to be for something like a capture card, something like that requires really high speeds. And then, of course, you have USB Type C, and this one is... I got to look a little closer. Yeah. So it's USB Type C Gen 3.2x2, 20 gigabit per second, all right? Okay. Then you have this is a PSU connector, not for PlayStation, PS2 connector. Not for PlayStation 2, but it's the old mouse and keyboard connector. You could do either one, and that's generally used for overclocking. And then you have a 2.5 gig Ethernet port right here, and Wi-Fi 6. And this, I'll show you right now, is where you put these guys. And of course, you have your 7.1 surround sound connectors here and line in, and no SPDIF, okay, and your BIOS flashback button, which is nice to have. This is not a high-end motherboard. It's not a low-end motherboard. It's kind of in the middle, but towards the lower end. So seeing what MSI did here is pretty good. Bought my Skytech Eclipse in white and love it. Thank you for introducing me to Skytech Bright. You got it, Crash. Absolutely. I remember, so here's a funny story. Right before, I'm an idiot, okay? I'm a total idiot here. Right before LTX, I decided I wanted to do a video about tech YouTubers who also happen to be system integrators, right? As in, they build systems and they sell them. And we're talking about Toasty Bros, we're talking about Gamer Tech Toronto, Zach's Tech Turf, those guys. What an idiot, because I'm going to be meeting them for the first time at LTX. I know that I found out they're all of them are going. But I had criticisms for every one of them, or, critiques. Every one of them was super cool. They're like, dude, thank you. Like, whenever I get, I raise my voice about something or whatever, it's like, if my buddy does something stupid, I'm going to let him have it. But he's my buddy, because I care about him. I'm going to let him have it, It's the same thing that I do with most of the... Now, with the industry, basically. But when Angry Bray comes out is when I see knowingly predatory practices. I have a couple of videos out like that. And in one of them, I was optimistic about a certain SI. I was looking forward to it. It's going to be a new SI. I was going to be covering them for the first time. I'm going to go back to this in just a second, so I'm leaving it like this. And I was optimistic about it, because they had reached out to me first. It should have been a red flag because they reached out to me to sponsor a video, to pay me to make a video about them. I don't do that for SIs when it comes to System Integrators Weekly, okay? The only time I've ever done a sponsored thing that had to do with an SI, I didn't even talk about their computers. It was a Skytech thing where we just built a PC to give away. I wasn't like, oh, Skytech makes good pre-builds. I was just like, we're going to build an awesome PC and give it away. It's the first water-cooled build I've ever done. It's awesome. That was great because no conflict of interest there. We were just having a great time. When it comes to SI Weekly, I don't take that. I don't take sponsorship to put an SI on there. My job is to report on system integrators, right? That's already what I'm doing. And I have to be unbiased. So I told them that. I was like, nah, I can't really do that. But I'll go ahead and cover you guys on the next week's episode. And I was like, this is great. But it should have been a red flag because there's only one other company that tried to get me to do that. Can you guys guess who it was? Of this company, by the way, the one I'm talking about now was Apex Gaming PCs. Right, but the only other company that ever tried to pay me for content on System Integrators Weekly specifically was Light Gaming PCs. That should have been my red flag right there. Like, oh, that's what the bad ones do. Okay, or at least it could be. Anyway. So I didn't catch the red flag. I started the episode so optimistic. You can see it in my face. Let's look for the thumbnail that says Apex Gaming PCs, we need to talk. Or just look up my name and Apex, and that'll come up. Because I don't play Apex Legends or anything, so it'll narrow it down for you. You could see over the following 15 minutes, my mood just shift. And I was like, there's something really off about these guys. And then I found the bait and switch. And just watch that episode. It's a good episode to see what can really set me off. And if you have something as predatory as a bait and switch, you're in my book. You're in the wrong side of the book. You're in the bad side of the book. The one where I flip it around, turn it upside down, and that's the short list of SIs I genuinely dislike. Fix it if you want, but we know what you're about now. You just got caught. But when an SI just makes a mistake or something like that, or they're just doing something that I don't really like, a spec thing that I don't think this is spec'd out very well or whatever. Heck, I started out covering Phynix PC by saying, hey, you got a full ATX case with an MATX motherboard. Who would do that? Other SIs do that. But you guys shouldn't do that. There are other SIs who do that, all right? And I call them out too. There is a certain space within my purview where it's just my job is to be straightforward and say, I don't think this is very good. Here's the reasons. That's my bar, my opinion that I'm putting forth. Although it is a professional opinion. I've been doing this for decades. Not this specifically, but computer stuff. Anyway. I mean, heck, I've caught Skytech doing stuff and been like, fix this. What the heck? How did this piece of plastic even get in here? Can you explain how the Thunderbolt 4 monitor connection works? I have an Asus ProArt Z790 Creator Wi-Fi motherboard and am curious. Not really the topic of this stream. I'm talking about just like overall pre-built PC stuff, nothing in depth like that. I would point you to the Google search bar for that. You're going to get way more coherent responses from that. You just got to search a little bit. SI bad? Anytime you want to compare notes, let me know and we can look upstream. I mean, I don't think SIs are bad. I think that they need scrutiny. That's what I'm here to do. When you have time, I wrote my experience with Seattle-built PC in the Discord. Very cool. That's a beautiful case. It is the Lee & Lee Langcool 216. I missed the Langcool 215. I missed the 200 millimeter fans. All right, I really do. But these are nice. This is nice. These are, I think, 160 millimeter fans now. Yeah, 160 millimeter fans, two of them in the front. You can swap this out to be three 120s, I believe. So this is easy to remove, by the way. If you ever want to clean, like really clean your front panel, okay? You want to do that, you can just put your hand under here, support the top so it doesn't come flying off, and then just pull firmly, and then it'll come off. And I believe this is the one. Yeah, you can actually put your front I/O down here if you want. The front panel I/O right there can be moved to the bottom. Yeah, it's got the little screw holes right there. So that's a cool thing. The wiring is just right there. You just have to reroute the wiring, undo the cable management, and it's annoying. But you can do that. But yeah, there's no mesh filter other than the mesh front panel. And this is, I do genuinely like the porosity on this. Look at how much you can see my face. That means that there's either equal or more opening than metal. Usually about equal. 50% or more is good, like very good. So that's probably where we're at. But yeah, look at these 160 millimeter fans on this. And the cool thing is they sort of extended. You see how the frame doesn't need to be this tall. It could be shorter. They extended this to close off the rest of the opening in order to focus the airflow and not get blowback, okay? And then this just pops right back on. We can talk a little bit more about the, what is this? This is interesting right here. I don't know what that's about. Why this? Maybe you can put your I/O on the, does that fit right there? By Jove, I think it does. I think you can even put your I/O on the side. Oh, okay, that's actually where you move it. You move it here, not the bottom, but right here. And then this goes onto the top to give it a solid feeling right there. So this would swap places, and then you can put your I/O, your front panel I/O right there. Okay, I was wrong, sorry, but it does look like it could go down there. That's probably just for you to grip it properly. You hear that, guys? Lesson from Bray to you today. Grip it properly. Okay, sorry. Okay, now I didn't show you this before, but this is your GPU. When you're going to plug in your HDMI cable, you don't plug it in up here. You plug it into the GPU, all right? There's HDMI. This one has one HDMI and 3 display port. That's very common. ASUS likes to do it like that. So there you go. Some GPU manufacturers will give you like 2 HDMI and 2 display port, whatever. And yeah, 3060 Ti. We got to get this thing up and running, man. We got to get this thing running. I'm excited to see what it looks like. Now, I will say you could actually, if you want to, add a couple more fans on the bottom here. And this whole side panel here is mesh. So it is set up to intake air if you so choose, and you can get direct air right to your GPU. It looks like it can do... But of course, the downside to this back one is that the power supply is right there. This one would probably be a little bit more useful. But there's also mounting for like... like a liquid, a reservoir, a pump reservoir combo, something like that. It's an interesting setup for sure. There's also a big gap right here so that you could run a push-pull configuration on a radiator if you want for a front panel. But this should be able to fit a 360 on the front and the top. So, okay, cool. That's enough about talking about that stuff and the things, and there we go. I'm gonna go ahead and close this thing back up, and we'll light it up. After a word from our sponsor. I'm just kidding, I don't do that on streams. In fact, I completely ignore YouTube. YouTube is constantly telling me, no, it'd be a good time to run an ad. Shut up, YouTube. I'm the boss here, all right? Not you, you're not the boss. I'm the boss man, and I choose to say no to ads. You get to watch them all the time on my videos anyway. Got 9 fans in my Eclipse. There you go. I bought my new PC through Phynix because of you. Thanks for your content, man. I got all white build like this one you're currently showing. Got a Griffin though. Cool, awesome. That's the one above this or 2 above this? Not sure. That is a beautiful case, right? It is. Yeah, I think I actually went over that already. Do a Newegg sponsor? Nah, I'm good. You only have to look in from the ingress of that work hole, I can assure you. What? No, you're talking about wormhole. Oh, okay. Get this back on. Lee and Lee clearly went... I was about to say good things about Lee and Lee, and then I find this little guy. Let's see if I can block my face. You can see this little guy right there on the glass. I'm going to say they went to a lot of effort to really color match. The color matching is quite nice on the case. And then what do? They pack it with the cheapest styrofoam they can possibly get. And again, every SI who builds in this case, they're going to be sending you the box with that styrofoam in it. That's just what they get. And they use original packaging because it's usually the best option. As long as they double box, it's usually fine. But yeah, for the top panel, let me just show you this real quick before we move on. Top panel's right here. Ooh. Oh, I can't. There we go. Yeah. The top panel's here. This is the front of the case. Speaking of front I/O, by the way, you get a USB Type-C connector there. Thank you, Lee and Lee, for finally not making it an additional thing you have to buy, which is stupid. And then 2 USB 3.0s, and then a combination headphone and microphone jack right there. Plus you have a reset switch and a power button is right there. Now, to remove the top panel. You have 2 thumb screws in the back here. Look at the effort Lee went to here. First off, the screws are all silver on the white case. Plus, they have these washers that are on there that are also color matched white. It really is attention to detail. Except in their packing material, ha 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 ha. No, I can't get over that. All right, just you're expecting too much out of me if you expect me to get over that. I have to unbox way too many PCs to not be annoyed by it. So as you can see, this 240 is not utilizing a whole lot of the top bracket here. However, this is a 12400F. It does not need a 360 on it. All right. Now, with this being a Z690 motherboard, you have a lot of upgrade options here. As a matter of fact, let me put this back on real quick because I'm totally blocking my face. Haha, sorry. All right, that just slides back on, and then there you go. Now, I'd say the downside here is that it has the same mesh filtration on the top. You don't need to filter your exhaust, Lee. Make that optional, but they don't. It's built into it. In the previous cases, you could it would have ventilation, and then you could remove the mesh filter. But now it's baked right into the crust now. What was I going to say? I totally overrode what I was going to say. Okay, options. Now, what are your upgrade options if you go with this PC? Okay, considering it has an Intel Core i5 12400F. That's the first generation of the LGA 1700 socket. Okay, that means that it's a series of CPUs that all fit into one socket, and that's LGA 1700 right here. Now, imagine my surprise. They usually do 2 generations of CPU per socket over at Intel. That's their MO. Imagine my surprise when 14th gen Intel, because 13th gen came out and it was a solid upgrade on most of the SKUs. Imagine my surprise when 14th gen comes out and it's mostly just a refresh. But it fits in to LGA 1700. Looks like, you know what? They did better than Valve does at counting to 3. Burn! Anyway, 3 generations. So that means that if you wanted to, you could upgrade this thing to a 14700K, which is the only 14th gen CPU that is a notable upgrade over the 13th gen. 14900K is just slightly higher, so more power. They put more power into it, slightly higher frequencies. Good luck cooling that, because the 13900K was already pretty tough to cool, but it's possible. And the 14600K is, again, just a little bit more power, a little bit more frequency. So they're looking at some, boosts in power of in performance of 3% or so, varying from one to another. So that's not a ton. It's a bit lackluster. But that 14700K has a lot more efficiency cores than its predecessor. So that actually is going to be significantly better for multi-threaded tasks, multi-core tasks, video editing, if you're doing things like compiling code or just having fun with Cinebench, because our 24 came out. You want to test it out. I should download it, shouldn't I? But I can't compare it to my previous ones, then I'll just keep using R23. Whatever. We're going to be running some testing here and give it some thermal testing just to see how it does. That's the next thing to do, and that's going to be it. But we got to light this thing up first. Get enough of that white tech. Oh, it looks good, right? Yeah, I do like it. Main Gear is so overpriced, though. Not necessarily. In fact, some of their stuff can be somewhat competitive now. The problem is they make really bad decisions on some of their pre-configured systems. Watch the Main Gear segment of the video from Wednesday, where I had to sit them down and give them a lecture, and I don't know if they're going to hear it. They have reached out to me a couple times, responding to some of the things I said, but I'm not going to give up on this. I'm sick of them underdoing it either on the power supply or the storage. Just make a little bit less money and put out a better product. All right? Your Main Gear, you're not going nowhere. You got Shroud now. You're good, right? Anyway, whatever. I hate telling people to make less money because I hate talking about money in general. I just don't like it. But it's better than putting out an incomplete product. A $1,500 PC with half a terabyte of storage is not ready for modern gaming. I'm not changing my mind on that because it's not my opinion. That's just a fact. Download 2-3 games, you're done. That's it. you're getting external storage for your brand new PC, and it's an ITX case. So upgrading the storage is going to be a pain in the butt, and it's an ITX motherboard. So do you even have the option to add storage, or do you have to just replace it? Guess you're paying for a month of Acronis. You just drive me crazy sometimes, guys, because I want the best for you, Main Gear. You've been around a while. You've been doing a lot of good things, but not all of them. Not all of them are good. All right, gonna get this thing powered up. Let's take a look at what it looks like with the twinkly lights happening. I'm gonna shut that off right there. Guess I should get my control here for my lights. 1 second. Oh, I already have one plugged in. That's right. Okay. Ooh, that's spooky. All right, guys, here we go. Are you ready? Let's light it up. Oh, I like the way it came up, that way it sort of glows. That's nice. I get it now. Okay. All right, Phynix. I see you. I understand now. I understand why, out of all the fans they could have chosen, they chose to get the Cooler Master Halo fan. Because it looks a lot like the 160 millimeter fans on the front from Lee & Lee. It looks identical, but smaller. All right. I get it. I'll take that one back. That's a savvy move right there. Would you just stay with Skytech though, or Main Gear is the way? Okay, Steve, thanks for hanging out, buddy. I appreciate it. Would you just stay with Skytech though? I mean, are we talking to someone else here, or are they really dropping hyper-threading in the next gen? I don't know. It's all rumors still, so I generally don't tend to trade in those too much. A Nightmare Before Christmas themed PC would be sick. It'd be cool. I could do the whole review like, what's this? What's this? There's styrofoam everywhere. It's like it is snowing in here. Yeah, okay. I gotta say though, they know who they were setting it to, right? Like, they could have set it to purple. I'm just saying, it's no big deal, I guess. It's just a little sad. It's all right. Just a little sad. It's okay though. I'm just a little sad. Oh, what did I do with my HDMI cable? I had it, but I didn't have it. Oh, there you are. I think, yes. I put stuff on top of it. Excellent. Well done. Well done. Here's a question for you. Skytech versus Main Gear. Whichever one's right for you. Thanks. I don't tell people what to buy. I give you information so you can make an informed decision for yourself and take control of your own destiny. There's way too much stuff going on YouTube with people telling everybody what to do, what to buy. And if they don't know you and exactly what you need and what's right for you, what company would be right for you, they're not doing you any favors. They're getting views. That's what they're doing. I have videos talking extensively about both brands. You can basically decide which one makes sense for you. Which one sounds better to you? You know? Which one do you drive with more? Which one or vibe with more? Which one vibes with you better? That's what I'm saying. it's all about that. Oh, I need to plug this guy in right here. Now, as soon as my streams are back up, which it could be next week, it could be, it's just, I'm so behind on everything. That's why it's been so hard for me to start. Anyway, whatever. That's where I help one-on-one. Oh boy, I didn't notice this when I was looking through these, but this rear I/O cover is a little misaligned. Okay, well, we'll take a look at that later. Sure. It makes some of the USB ports a little hard to plug in. Nigh impossible to plug in without like wrenching them a little bit. Okay, I'll have to show that in detail later. There it is. I know I plugged this in here. Now, I could grab a 1440p monitor. I'm going to start these tests at 1080p. Just because that's where most people would be buying a monitor-wise. If they're looking for a system around this price point, most people will be looking at around a 1080p monitor. So we're going to start with that. I can grab Ari's 1440p monitor if I need to. No, that's okay. That's okay. See, what I'm doing is I'm pointing it at the camera, and I'm looking at it on the screen. So there's some things that I'm not going to catch. Fazu Battlecaster, purple for the win. Absolutely, best color. Pretty much. Free keyboard and mouse. The SkyTech is pretty solid. I'm not a fan of the keyboard, but the mouse is very comfortable. Not going to lie. Very, very comfortable mouse. Why is this not coming up? Can you please? You got power. Okay. There we go. Let's get some light back on in here now. Really wanted to show this off in the right color though, but it's okay. Let me turn those down. That far down. Okay, looks pretty good. Okay. This giant light, it's at like 1.5%. What do you mean no cable connected? Are you crazy? Can you not? Oh, I probably need to switch the... Zowie, come on, buddy. You gotta help me out here. I know it's a capture card. I know you don't like that. Oh, there we go. Got it. Okay. Okay, and then I gotta switch to Blessing the Smart Home, just smart lights. My home ain't that smart. Capture card not coming through. There we go. We got it. We are in business, baby. Let's go. Heck yes. That's what I'm talking about. Maybe I could even sit down. This chair goes pretty high. Not high enough, honestly. Let's just see. Let's see what happens. Yeah, look at that. That looks great. I'm standing. Okay. now I can't tuck it back in where it goes. 1 second. So, as you can see, bloatware is non-existent here. I think I'm on the wrong side for this. Nope. Let's adjust this really quick. Let's just do that. Leave a little bit of the PC showing. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Let's just click there. There we go. Bloatware is non-existent here. There's nothing. They actually did the favor of installing Google Chrome for you, even if you prefer to use Firefox or Opera or whatever. You have an option that's not going to passive-aggressively beg you, please just use our browser. It's Chromium-based. You don't have to go for the real thing. You could go for the substitute. That's us. Like internet saccharin. It's good. It's so passive-aggressive. When you download Chrome through Microsoft Edge, it is so cringe. And then when you go to change your default apps, it gets you again. It's like, Chrome is, what is it? Edge is faster. Don't you want to be smart and cool like everybody? No. All right? No. Anyway, so they do that for you, so you don't have to worry about that. Now, let me get my drive real quick. I mean, just the fact that there's no bloatware is a huge plus. That's my favorite. And our Ethernet. There we go. No. Turn off notifications. Thank you. Okay. Yes, sure. Setting up smart wireless device. Okay, that'd be the keyboard, I guess. You guys can't see these notifications. They're popping up down here a lot. Whatever. Actually, let me turn this off real quick. I just got to check something. Aha. Excuse me, just a moment. Okay. Let's bring this back up. After I close this, cool. Okay. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead and install Steam. Just get that going. I have a Steam library on this drive already, so yay. I'm going to have to blank it out again just so I can log in, yada yada. There you go. Okay, let's just enjoy that here. How about that? What am I missing on chat? I know I missed a lot on chat. I'm sorry. Firefox is good. Yes, people still use Firefox. Yeah. There's no way I can pronounce Phoenix and make it sound like Phoenix. It does not work for me. It's Phoenix. I've been pronouncing it that way the whole time. They can spell it however they want. Let's not get overwrought about that kind of thing. It's okay. Are we going to play? No, we're not going to play that Crash. I don't know what it is. Trying to get me in trouble? One second. There we go. You see, when you watch the stream, you get to see all of this annoying slow stuff. Sorry about that. Okay. Everything was good. Okay, cool. And we're good. Keep my preferences, please. Jeez, I hate that so much. Okay. I'm just doing stuff that, I need to do. Just give me a second. I got to go into like the settings and add the library. Add drive. There we go. I should have done it. Okay. And we got games. All right, I'll show you guys in a second, but that's already going. I'll let it do its thing, and we'll get some benchmarks up, starting with Cinebench R23 while running hardware info 64. Look, it's 12400F on a 240 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler. It's going to be fine, but I still have to do my due diligence and make sure thermal paste is good, everything's good. Of course, we could always just remove the CPU block, pump block to check for thermal paste application, but that would ruin the thermal paste application, wouldn't it? So now, you run it this way. This is a pretty old version. I might need to download it. No, it's a 3060 Ti, so totally fine. And it's reading everything on the. Okay. Don't worry, I'll be bringing that up in just a second, guys. 1 second. I'm actually going to swap the sides that I usually have it on because my face cam is on the right side this time. Can you allow me, please, to extend that? Thank you. Okay. So let's take a quick look at... There it is. Let's take a quick look at what we have here. So, of course, everything looks good. So we're running clock speeds of around 1800 megahertz, meaning that's at 3600 megatransfers per second. So they did run XMP. That's the thing. Oh, we didn't go in the BIOS. Look at this. Now I don't have to. It's all right here. So that's all right there. 32 gigs, all showing up. Everything looking good. Six cores, 12 threads on the 12400F. All that's looking good. Very nice. And our GPU is running in PCIe 4.0 X16, or it's running at X16. Good. So no bifurcation of the X16 slot for the GPU, meaning it's not cutting the bandwidth in half. With the 3060 Ti, it would have been fine anyway, but that's all good. And we got our sensors up, so we can come in here and get Cinebench R23 up and running. Let me do this and pin the taskbar. Hardware info 64 tends to disappear sometimes if you don't pin it. It's in there, but like it won't show up in your start menu and stuff. Does anyone else in chat like trackball mice, or is it just me? There is still a whole market for it. What does a fan sound like? Microphone's right next to it. It's very quiet right now. This is an omnidirectional mic, so it would be catching it. It's not, yeah. Okay. Looks like system fans are running at 1,050 RPM right now. 1,062, just right around that. That's a System 6 fan, and then CPU fans running at 909. So it just depends on how they set it up. If they have like the chassis fans to run on System Fan 6, and the fans on the radiator to run on CPU fan, and the pump, of course, to run on CPU pump. Yeah. So it looks like the pump itself is running decently high, so that's good. Everything good there. Let's not have that be maximized because we don't need that Cinebench. Let's go to our advanced benchmark. And let's do it's not going to be a Cinebench monster. We want to see how temps do here. So I'm going to reset that. There we go. And start the multi-core. Start the multi-core. There you go. It's doing the thing. This is not a super hot running system to begin with. This thing could be running just fine on the tower cooler, I believe. However, if you already have a 240 millimeter AIO in there, then what you're doing is you have it to where you can upgrade your CPU without having to upgrade your cooling solution. In the meantime, though, you're doing a great job of cooling the CPU, giving it greater longevity. If you're going to be moving this from your gaming PC into like a home theater PC or something like that, it's going to be in better shape for that, just running at lower temperatures during extended use. Never a bad thing. With the laws of thermodynamics being what they are, it's just going to mean less wear. Pump is at full speed, can run it on half. That's what it's running at now. I mean, I don't know the... I mean, if it's Ace Attack, then yeah, it's near full speed. But, I don't know enough about this Vetru cooler to really say. User groups offer classes, and it's more like a meetup thing, but they're also special interest. What? Oh, iOS is the Apple standard operating system, and Windows is the PC standard operating system. Join the local PC user group, and there will be x86 PC and x86 Apple users you can confer with. Were you responding to someone there? I don't know if you're talking to me or responding to somebody. Edge has gotten better than it used to be, but yeah, like Ray said, the passive aggressiveness from it to try and make it the default is more than annoying. It's sad. You're right, it's more than annoying. It is sad. A friend of mine used to work for Opera until they sold out. No, that's too bad. Doesn't make it a bad product, though. I mean, nobody can say that Google hasn't sold out. They changed their corporate slogan. It used to be don't be evil. Yeah. Awkward to change that one, isn't it? iOS, that in the description or so? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Oh, we can change it, I'm sure. Let me see. Have you guys heard that Windows is finally releasing their built-in RGB control software? They actually worked with a lot of brands and even Signal RGB on getting it to work. So I don't know. It's not going to be great at first. Nothing ever is, but I'd like to see how that goes. Let's see if we have motherboard software here. Look, I know it's not that exciting for people to watch, but I really want to test this on Starfield. I've been really liking Starfield. It took me a while, but I finally beat it. Like, I over-leveled like crazy. Whenever I had a chance to game, it was to take a break. Whenever I took a break, it was to play that. And it has problems. Like, how do you make space travel not adventuresome? How do you, like... I still will do it. I'll still like go up there and test out ships. Like, why do I care if my ship is fast? I'm just going to fast travel everywhere. But building ships, though, so much fun. It is so much fun. I did a like a mod collection. That's what I ran. I don't know if that'll transfer over to this game library or not. I know a lot of them are within the folder there, but like most of them I don't even utilize because after you beat a game, you know, then mod it to heck and back, do whatever you want, right? But the ones that I'm having the most fun with are the ones that let you have like larger ship sizes and like all the parts and stuff. And I've just been having a lot of fun with that. I got I don't know, I was thinking it'd be kind of cool to have a Discord thing for anyone who is playing Starfield to have like a thing where people submit their best ship design and have people vote on it. That'd be kind of cool. My 5800X is looking good, I think. It's still a great processor. Temps are actually really good. That's no surprise. I'm blocking them. Sorry. Well, that's the thing. This is overkill for a 12400F. They're going to be really good. I mean, maximum temperature, 50 Celsius. What you're looking at there, like I said, yeah, it's overkill for this CPU, but I think you can feel pretty safe with looking at this. I think you can feel pretty safe going with something like with this cooler with like a 13600K. Because this build is kind of primed for that. It's just it's going to be out of balance. 13600K is going to outpace the 3060 Ti at that point. I would like to see Phynix. I'd like to see you guys offer like 7700 XT and 7800 XT as some of your options there. I think they would fit right into this budget, this price point, particularly the 7700 XT. But either way, you know, the cooling that this cooler, you might not have to go with a 360. You could probably stick with a 240 because this thing is doing a heck of a job on this i5. You're going to be pushing more power through 13600K, but nothing crazy as long as the motherboard isn't crazy. Not gonna lie, I just spent hours when I got my first PC just playing with RGB software. We all go through that, except for those people who are like, I don't like colors and happiness. Let me turn this off, and then they just turn off their RGB right away. I'm like, it's fun. What's wrong with that? I lost interest in Starfield when to get highest stats you need to complete Starfield 10 times. I don't, as long as I'm having fun, yeah, I don't care. Like, have I modded it? Yes. I just ran a collection. I don't even know everything that's in there. But honestly, I don't have that much time to game. It's pretty amazing how far I've gotten considering that, but Now that I did my regular run, I just want to be overpowered and have fun and just find stuff and build ships. You know, um, I did the whole trudging through, gathering and building and doing all that. Wait, what happened? Oh, I want to pass 8. 2 minutes left. I mean, this thing is not a Cinebench monster by any stretch of the imagination. But this is pretty much the biggest workload it's ever going to have to face. And it's sitting pretty at, it's, sitting around 51 degrees Celsius. And that's as high as it's gotten. Now, of course, compared to a tower cooler, it takes longer for any all-in-one liquid cooler to reach heat soak. Because liquid can hold a lot of temperature. It takes time for the water to come up to temperature and reach equilibrium. But that's why I run this for 10 minutes and just talk to you guys. Hi, how are you? I am fine. AMD forces you to buy the whole stack. Stack what? Oh, I see. So you can't just get a couple GPUs. I need a new GPU before I can even think about playing Starfield. Plus, from what I've seen on streams and stuff, I don't know, it just really doesn't appeal to me that much. So maybe when it's on sale. If you it is supposed to appeal to a certain, like if you like the gameplay from Skyrim and you love sci-fi, there's really you have to get it. You just should get it. I think what we'll do, maybe like I'll just to test game stuff. Yeah, I'll install Afterburner and stuff. We'll show some FPS on the screen. But I want to go in there and just show you guys some of the ships. I'll even load a save from before the ending. Whatever. I don't want to spoil anything. So I'll load an earlier save, okay? Although I did just build an awesome ship when I was trying to take a break from all the physical labor I had to do in here, and my back was hurting. I was like, I'm going to build a new ship. Yeah, let's go. I haven't even beat it once. Huge game. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to go through every storyline. You can just go through and beat it. And then just reload and go do all your storylines once you're like, okay, I know what the ending is now. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do NG plus or not. Why not? It's part of the game. I mean, it's like you're paid for the whole game. Play the whole game. IMO. I think Mars Slice will be adding 7700 XT and 7800 XT options in the not too distant future. Mr. Guillotine, as far as I know, I'm pretty sure there's several who have like tried it. And I mean, whenever any AMD product first comes out, there's going to be some instability in some niche use case or mainstream use case. You got to watch out for that stuff. So SIs, they live or die by their RMAs. Okay, that is the big money sink, and they won't sell something if they don't think it's rock solid. Well, some will, right? But those have problems, and either they're going to get a reputation for not fulfilling their RMAs, or they're going to lose money on RMAs. Anyway, but like, go to the video from Wednesday. I covered one place that does have them. And I feel that it's a really good price to performance thing in the big picture. So if other SIs want to stay competitive, they need to, it's like, hey, if this turns out to be a good deal and it's stable, let's go. Let's do it. Some SIs can't make moves like that. It takes a while to shift your momentum or to like make a big purchase or build those relationships. And as Mike was saying, apparently AMD makes you buy the whole product stack. You can't just you can't cherry pick. I don't know. I started AC Mirage. Oh yeah, waiting for the launch. I tested Origins again. I realized I have missed the hidden one missions. I didn't play that one. I stopped after like after the Ezio games. I might have played the one where it was like the New World. And then I was like, oh, well, that dude's dead now. Well, I don't have any anchor in this game anymore. I don't care. Unless you go through a master distributor, but they charge more for less than a full stack purchase. That's just economics when it comes to buying and selling, right? You buy less, you pay more. Buy fewer, I should say, I guess. I have a forgeable lightsaber mod in Skyrim. That's cool. I mean, that obviously,
That's like, you've been waiting for Starfield if you have something like that in freaking Skyrim. That's the great thing about Bethesda games, though. They're so moddable, and they don't even have the creator kit yet. They've done a ton. There are more 78, 77 free SI pre-builds on the WW channel, worldwide channel, than cards on the shelf. WW channel? That's an abbreviation I didn't get. Same with all of RTX 40 cards. More cards are going to pre-builds than on the shelf with NVIDIA. 86%. Yeah, SI channel is huge for 40 series because people aren't buying them in retail because they're voting with their wallet. But if it's a decent deal on a pre-built, what are you going to do? Some of them can be, if you have a balanced build, they can be okay. Totally. My thing with the 7800X XT is everyone's like, oh, a 6800 XT is a better deal. They're not going to exist forever. They're not going to be in the channel forever. They're not going to be available forever. And that had a lot of time to mature. It's pretty much reached as good as it can get. Whereas the 7800 XT is just getting started, baby. When it comes down to it, you don't buy based on a promise or maybe it'll get better. But AMD has a good track record of taking their hardware over time and maturing the ones in the zeros. And it gets better and better. And that happened with 6000 series. It had a huge bump in performance. Black Flag was pretty fun. Yeah. What console controller would you pick, Bray, if you couldn't pick mouse and keyboard? Well, what I use is this one. I like this guy. The 8-bit Doe. What do they call this thing? The Ultimate 2.4G controller. I like this guy. Here, we'll go to... This is done. It finished, and I wasn't paying attention. I was just talking. 51 degrees. All right, it didn't go higher than that. There you go. CPU temps are fine. But I use this. Here, let me unplug this from my PC. So what I like about this guy is the base that it comes with. See that? Let's plug a USB-C in the back of that. Set that on there, and it charges. And then when you pick it up, it turns on. Now, if you don't want to use this stuff, go in here. Dongle. There you go. In fact, we play Starfield. That's what I'm going to do. I cannot stand trying to drive or fly with a keyboard and mouse. So what I do is, but I can't stand to shoot or run around and do stuff like that with a controller. So I just use both. Anyway, what Cinebench score did it get? Not a great one, probably. 11777. Here. This is one of the lowest end CPU. Like, I'm gonna say low end. It's one of the entry level CPUs for 12th gen Intel. It's not going to be a high-scoring CPU on something like Cinebench. However, for gaming, because Cinebench is highly sensitive to core count, it's dependent upon core count. 13900K, I mean, I've scored like over 40,000. So core count is the big determining factor for Cinebench. Okay, so now we run Firmark. And we check, it's going to be fine. GPU temps are going to be fine. Last week's data, 7800 XT, 58% were pre-built. The remainder on the shelf. I imagine some people bought those. There was a lot of excitement around it. Oh, on the shelf, as in, I thought you meant still on the shelf. I'm like, oh my God. Like nobody bought? No, okay. But retail, okay. 86, wow. Yeah, 4090s, I mean, look, there was a huge performance jump from the 3090 to the 4090 and only a $100 increase in price. For customers in that price bracket, it was compelling. For anything else in 40 series, it was like, what happened? Why did you do this? Jensen, stop, please. And they just went crazy. They went out of their minds. In pre-builts, people are prepared to pay more. You guys who are looking at pre-builts, you understand. Like, I'm paying for the service of getting this built for me. It's overall going to cost more. There's employees at these places. There's people with families, and there's a roof over their heads that costs money to have. There's lots of costs and minutia involved with running a system integrator. It costs money. So they have to make money, meaning you can't just pay the price of parts. You can't. It wouldn't make sense. They'd have to shut down after a week. But, so it something like, as a matter of fact, SIs are often going to be the best place to get something like a 4080 because they'll buy them. Someone like, well, it depends on the kind of SI you're looking at. But I don't know. We won't get into it too much. So I got an MSI MPG Z690, i5 12600K 3060 Ti Corsa. That's actually pretty close to that system, except you bought a really powerful power supply for that system. I mean, right there, I would say that the weakest link there is going to be the GPU. You have wattage for up to 4090 if you want, 4080. You might want to consider Team Red, though, because they have the better price to performance right now. But yeah, it's going to be GPU. That's going to be the biggest determining factor in gaming performance. I was doing something and I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I usually get tired around this point. We're on Furmark. Check our temps. All right. You know what? Let's run it in full 1080. Just get out of here. Just go away. I should have just run sensors only, but it's okay. All right, let's reset our GPU temps here. There we go. And we're getting up to 65 degrees Celsius already. Let's see how this goes. Now, this is a 3060 Ti, but it's the dual fan version from Asus. So there's a measure of like reduction in air cooling going from like one of the bigger 3-fan cards, but there's plenty of these out there. And let me see if you guys can hear the additional noise from the GPU. Yeah, it's there. The GPU is spinning up quite a bit. It's getting pretty toasty. Of course, here's what Furmark is. Oh, I didn't mean to just do that. I meant to keep it going. My bad. What, it's like I've never run this before. Okay, that's the one that should just go on and on. Okay. Yeah, we want to let this run for a while. I want to make sure this thing doesn't hit, 80 degrees Celsius. Give or take a degree, that's around the time when it starts clocking back. My SkyTech is a 4080. The whole PC was $2,500, $500 off, and another $50 off with the Braithorn code. There you go, Crash. That's my goal. I mean, look, PCs are expensive, man. And one of the biggest frustrations for me is the fact that, like, buying a PC from between now and a week later could mean $50 to $100 difference. That sucks. So I wanted to have a thing where you guys could, because people would... I've never, for anyone who'd been here through Twitch streams, I was always really awkward whenever someone would do a dono or gift a bunch of subs or do something like that. It was weird for me. Because like, hey, I'm having a good time. I know I need to make a living doing this, but it feels weird. So with the coupon codes, I didn't want to just do one company having an affiliate code with one company is a bad, that would mean, what am I going to funnel everybody to that company? No. Instead, we do codes with every company we trust that has a good track record with our community. and or at least is promising and upfront about they're doing. That I've spoken with them, stuff like that. And then you have a large selection of SIs where you can get a discount no matter what time of year it is, whether it's a holiday or not, whatever. It sucks as a content creator to make content where I'm like, this is this price, and then 3 days later it's not that price anymore. That happens a lot, and it's frustrating. So with this, you'll always be able to get a discount, even if the price isn't exactly what it was. You're not paying full price with anyone that's part of Operation Code Braithorn, and you're supporting the channel while getting a PC and saving money. It's like I feel okay about that. Then I don't feel as bothered by it when it comes to like, oh, I'm making money doing this now. That's so weird. Yeah. Is the NZXT Player 2 Prime worth it? Worth what? AMD rolled out 700XT leading with pre-builds. Right. What was the score for what? Oh, I closed that out. I don't run this for scores. I run it because I was going to say this earlier. Furmark is not just. It's not really all about showing a fuzzy space donut and being like, "Wow, look at this thing that we're rendering." It's a power virus. It is pushing as much power through the GPU as it will take, as it will request. Like we're running 224 watts right now through this small 2-fan 3060 Ti. That's considerable when you look at the size of this thing. 224 watts running through that PCB. Okay, and I feel the hot air coming out of it, out of the back. This thing's reaching almost 75 degrees Celsius, but this is the hardest it will ever work. There isn't a game out there that will run your GPU as hard as Furmark will, because Furmark is not about showing you cool visuals and following your inputs. It's about saying, hey, GPU, take this. What are you going to do about that for the next 20 minutes, huh? And the GPU is like, I guess I'll cool myself. And it's like, can you cool yourself? Can you? Yes, you can. Awesome. No, you can't. We got a problem. This dramatization was brought to you by the Association of Exhausted Braithorns. And thirsty Braithorns. Excuse me. Yeah, if you're talking about Cinebench 11777. I'm hoping for some deals around Xmas, but I'm just upgrading my current PC, not getting a whole new system. Crash, I appreciate that. It really kind of was a no-brainer once I had the idea. Armikami, I wasn't trying to brush you off, by the way, but worth it doesn't mean anything to me because I don't know what your specific needs are. Is it worth it for you? I feel like they could have probably put a better motherboard in there. But other than that, it's pretty solid as a performer. Ari's been using it for a while as kind of a longer test run for it. It's been working great for her. So 80% of 5800X. Well, yeah, I mean, this is more meant to compete with something like a 5600 or 5500. Mike, so that's more what it's aimed at. Mr. Guillotine, there was definitely here's the thing about that is if you're like saying trying to upgrade a GPU, it can be sometimes difficult to get a sale price on, say, like Team Green, right? But it happens, and generally on like previous gen stuff. So if you've had your eye on a certain 30 series card, that's probably going to be, if they're around, it'll be some good deals on that. Next gen stuff, or like whatever the current gen, when they call it next gen for some reason, which is annoying to me, but that stuff doesn't usually go on sale like Black Friday sales. Black Friday sales are for things that companies that retailers want to get rid of. So might be a good time for 6000 series Radeon cards like that 6800 XT, but that's probably when the rest of them are going to get cleared out of the channel. When I say the channel, I mean the retail channel. So So on the SI80, a full run bundle for the price, you get 40% 90, 15% 80, 15% 70 Ti, 20% 70, and 9% 60 that are bundle deal sales. Close switch is the SI profit. That's a little hard to follow, but I think I get it. Yeah, okay. So my PC would have been in the 3K range. I see. Yeah. You got it for a lot less than that. The only thing I've upgraded in the last 3 years is CPU on sale and case and cooling loop. That's good. Those are good things to upgrade. The cooling in particular. I mean, keeping it running well, and that means that you would have had to had to repaste it. Thermal paste can dry up, stop working as effectively. I'd recommend finding the best balance of boutique and specs that suits you as an individual. I mean, some people don't have time for a boutique. They just want something now or yesterday. That's why I talk about in the videos. This last every budget video was a lot of work. It was a lot of work. I mean, it's nearly a 45. It was like 50 minutes all edited out, and then I cut a ton of stuff because Cuddles does the primary edit. He has an initial edit where it takes it from a 2-hour and 20-minute thing down to 45 to 50 minutes, usually down to like 30 minutes for most episodes, but this one was longer. And then it's up to me to go through and say like, okay, I want to cut this out, cut that out. But I actually went back in and added in a bunch of stuff. So I cut out a ton and then added in some things that he had cut out. Like when I went more in depth on the main gear thing, because I really want to hammer that point home. I don't ever want to just criticize without giving my my thoughts behind it. Even if I've said it before, most people haven't seen that video. Most of my viewers on my videos are not subscribed. I get like 70% unsubscribed people watching my videos. So if you see my 30,000 subscriber count, which is great, awesome, it's awesome, by the way, but subscriptions have slowed down because people aren't hitting subscribe. They're watching. The numbers show me people are watching, but they're not hitting subscribe. Don't know why. Maybe they're not actually in the market. They're just curious. Doesn't matter. A lot of people are like around this time of year, they'll wait for Black Friday sales. They'll wait for new hardware drops, things like that. And my channel usually slows down in this period of time. Probably the best time for me to get back into streaming then, because it won't be as busy. But that's the problem with my channel and my stream, is that it is highly dependent on the market. And if the market is in a slump, so are my numbers. It just so happens that it's also during a time when I had a long hiatus, which meant that the YouTube algorithm kind of forgot about me. Yes, 5800X is still 46% more percent, 46% more percent than 12400 Tray. Prism 3 with 1300 KS and 4090 is a beast combo. It is. I don't think we're testing that one. I think we're testing the one with the 4080. My GPU sounds exactly like that voice spray. Awesome. Representation for your GPU. I'm sub. Appreciate that. I did a loop clean too with an EK kit. Ended up using 10 liters of water to clean, flush, and refill it. Excellent. That's the thing a lot of people don't think about when they get a custom loop system, is they don't think about actually flushing it regularly, once a year at least, once every 8 to 6 months, depending on whether you have opaque liquid or not. Yeah, you have to go with an i9 or 4090 to do graphics like Stable Diffusion and Comfy UI. Not really. I mean, you can go, you know, anything that has a decent amount of VRAM and decent speed is going to do the job. 4090 is, most people don't need that. You can find yourself an older 3080 Ti. Now, it does need to be NVIDIA for Stable Diffusion as far as I know, because they rely on the tensor cores. In fact, Stable Diffusion was developed with tensor cores in mind. It's part of NVIDIA's strategy for cornering the AI market, is creating a reliance upon their specific proprietary technology. But I ran Stable Diffusion on a 3080 Ti. It ran great. As for the processor, it's not as important as the GPU, so you do not have to go with an i9. In fact, maybe the 14700K with its extra cores and everything, it's getting close to i9 territory when that comes out. if it sticks around the same price, could be a good option. But if you're an SI and buy a Raptor, Alder, full line, buy everything else. Buy everything less than 1 by 600K is sales close. So 13400 and 1200 are SI profit. Well, here's the thing: the 400 line has always been the kind of the go-to for not the most budget. I mean, it's going to be the 100 line for that i3s, but for solid gaming PCs, like you can do up to 1440p, 4K gaming even on a 400 series CPU, right? 12400, 13400, 14400, right? But what Intel's been doing with the 13th Gen 1, they added those efficiency cores, making it more than just a gaming CPU. You could do quite a bit on a 13400K. 13400K. There's no K SKU, Bray. 13400. The only thing I don't like is the F. I don't like the F because I've edited a lot of video. I'm never gonna like a CPU that can't do quick sync. That's just me. But for a 12400F, it's like whatever. No one's gonna be editing video with one of those unless they're just barely getting into it, and that means their edits are not gonna be too complex anyway. I would be embarrassed to put up my specs. 14-year-old computer. Time to upgrade. That sounds about right. Terry, I don't think by any stretch of the imagination you could claim to not have gotten your money's worth on that PC. All right, I think we've gone long enough. We have not gone above 75 degrees Celsius. I think we're good on temps on the GPU. It's running a little toastier than I would like, but here's what happens. Okay, this is the way that modern hardware runs. If there's thermal headroom, it will push frequencies. So you can pretty much guarantee that most hardware is going to get closer to its thermal limits. The 12400F, it's just not capable of outdoing this 240 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler. There's too much thermal capacity in there, too much capability for cooling. It just can't do it, and that's good. But this little air-cooled card, of course, it is gonna get up to those temperatures. It's gonna be like, well, I'm not getting up to 75. Let's push the. I mean, like I said, let me see what the max wattage was on this thing. Okay. Well, it won't go over 225. But the average was 221. See that right there? Average wattage 221. But when it can, it'll add a few more watts. It'll just fluctuate a little bit. Nothing crazy, obviously. This is an OC edition card, though. You can expect to see slightly higher temperatures, but even with that, all things considered, this thing's doing great for the size that it is, for the cooling solution that it has, and it looks really nice in this case. I like it. I think this is a good combination of parts. But I think we can go and close this out. Let's look a little bit at our things here. FPS 190 FPS, 1920 by 1080. Everything's looking good. All right, let's close this out. I'm starting to get dizzy. There you go. All right, now let me install. Man, I need to get like a. I don't know if you can. I haven't messed with it in so long. I don't know if you can do like. Back when I used to mess with Afterburner a lot, I wasn't going from PC to PC like this. So I don't know if you can do like a preset, like save a preset and then load it, because I have to go in and set everything up. But it's okay. I accept. Yes. This is usually how, if you see people testing systems like on YouTube videos, this is one of the more popular ways to do it, to show your FPS on the screen and have other, there's so many options for specs that you can show, for telemetry that you can show. Agreed, I hate the F, WTF, yeah. B, this is why there is a 650 watt PSU in the system. What the 65 watt SKUs are made for. Right, but the site set only has the option for an 850 watt. It doesn't matter that it's appropriate for this system. It matters that it was advertised to have 200 more watts in this. Now that's not going to be necessary for what's in here, but what's in here might not always be in here. You could, for the giveaway, which by the way, this is going to be given away. I don't have the details yet. I won't have those probably until Monday. So watch the Monday or Tuesday. Watch the video early next week, which is going to be followed by another streamed unboxing. I am so tired, but I got to get these done. And I'm excited for this one because it's a new Prism 3. But yeah, it's watch for then. I'll have more details on the giveaway in that video at the beginning. All right. I'm not going to do this. I don't care to save it towards the end or whatever. I trust that you're all going to watch it all the way through anyway, even if it means just leaving it running while you go make a sandwich or something. I don't care. I need better viewer retention. I talk a lot. Anyway, whatever. Please select the language. English, please. Thank you. Whatever, just all defaults. Thank you. What did I do with that? Oh, over here. Excuse me. All right. Oh, sandwiches are the best. Sandwiches, like, you do whatever the heck you want. Put whatever you want in there. I was able to teach my daughter, I have a 12-year-old daughter, and I taught her the magic of, if you, you have chips in a sandwich or whatever, you put the chips in your sandwich, and it's 100 times better. And she was like, oh my God, this is culinary genius. I don't need the readmes. I don't read. That's why I use computers. Okay. So here. Sure. This too. Why not? I haven't really played much of the Cyberpunk update, but I played a lot of Cyberpunk back in the day. In fact, there was a whole. Did you guys know I used to be a game streamer? That's how I started. Well, Ari and I, my girlfriend and I, we played together Cyberpunk. It's not a two-player game, but we just chilled and played it together, and it was a lot of fun. Chat made her do all the driving. It was great. What am I doing here? Don't worry about clocks. Oh no, I want just general CPU usage. Thank you. I don't want just CPU one usage. Yeah, putts. There we go. And general CPU temperature. Thank you. Sure. Now here's the thing, guys. One of my favorite things about this system is the fact that it defaults to 32 gigs of RAM. Anyone who's been building for a long time is like, well, that's too much. You don't need that. Things are changing. Storage requirements, memory requirements are changing. Games are getting more RAM hungry, more storage hungry, all the time. And we want frame rate, of course. And let's throw the minimum, average, and not maximum, but let's throw in, we're going to have a lot of stuff on the screen. Why not? We don't need this. Whatever. I rarely do it like that. And then we'll go to, no, this is fine. And let's just make it, no, it's 1080p, so this should be fine. Okay, now I have to play a game. Guess what I want to play? Let me stream. What do you mean install? It's right there. One second. You know, I have 3D Mark II. I should be running that every time I do these. It's not showing Starfield. I know I moved it to this. All right. What am I going to play then? I mean, I guess I could take out the drive and move it over there. Got Baldur's Gate 3, but that runs on anything. All right, let's do this. I'm going to move Cyberpunk to the local computer here. We'll get a little bit of that going. Then I can move the drive back over there and try putting Starfield on it again. I could swear I put it on there. But like, what's the point of streaming it from my PC that has a 4090 in it? That's not going to tell us anything. Elden Ring. I don't have it, never played it. Unfortunate. I seem like the type, I know, but I've never been very good at Souls games. They make me anxious, so I never gave it a shot. I wanted to, though. Elden Ring I did want to do. Tetris and Minesweeper, I don't think this thing can handle either one. Sorry, guys. Got to be realistic, you know? Don't eat it over your keyboard, though. Don't tell me how to run my life, Crash. I do what I want. So basically, tomorrow, Monday, I guess, I have to stay up after this and record the episode. I'm so tired. But it's basically going to be a run-through of that specific SI. Shouldn't be too heavy of an episode because I'm going to do like I did with the other one, with the last review I did, where the episode leads directly into the stream. The video didn't get many do that well on views, but you know, Barry knows best white builds for the win. I just saw that one before it scrolled up. Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, if you like Dungeons and Dragons or any tabletop RPG, it really brings it to life. It really does. I didn't play that much though because I was like, if I play this, I'm gonna get obsessed with it. And videos are already gonna be later than they already are. Are gonna be later than they already are. Yeah, also looking at getting the WD850X NVMe for, sorry, the hard is covering that, but looking for Black Friday sale. Keep an eye on 2 terabyte drives. They're now storage was at an all-time low, and it's come up a little bit, but for Black Friday they're probably gonna want to move some inventory. So, all right, it's almost done moving it. Give it a minute. These are my favorite things. These M.2 enclosures are the best. I think what might have happened was because this is a 1 terabyte one that I use as a scratch drive or as a benchmarking drive. Okay, that's done. I thought I removed Skyrim off of there. Whatever. But these are awesome. And I use the Sabrent ones. But yeah, it's just this size right here. There's a drive. No, wrong side. There's the drive right there. And it's super easy to just pop it out and put a different one in there. I use these a lot. They're great for copying drives. They're great for having things like benchmarking drives, stuff like that. You do want to use a good USB-C cable, though. You can't just use a cheap one because then you're not going to get anything near the speeds. But it comes with this one, this like really thick and like strong cable. That's generally what you need. Just a bit short. That's all. Okay, now I need to come over here. I need to open Steam. All right, 1 second. I can't see chat for a minute here while I do this. Okay, so that opened up a lot of space on there. Good, good. Cyberpunk is a pretty big game. And then now that it's loaded on there, I can go here and move the game again. Okay, it's moving it now. Yay. We'll let that go, and I will try running some Cyberpunk in here, and we'll see how that goes. I got my 2 terabyte NVMe for like 67 bucks. I figured I waited too long. If I waited too long to go back up, and they did. Memory will start to go up in Q1 2024. Samsung cut production by 50% this quarter to clear DRAM and primarily NAND. CPUs and GPUs are in a price slide through Q1 2024. We'll see. You know how NVIDIA likes to do their controlling the market thing, controlling availability, and it's worked pretty well for them. So we might be able, we could probably expect, you know, Team Red and now Team Blue to maybe have more price shifting. I think Intel doesn't have much, they don't have much space to move on their pricing because they aimed for the right segment of the market. But for AMD, they have a lot of stuff still in the channel from previous gen, and then they have now their full stack. So we'll see what they do. If sales weren't as anticipated for 77 and 78, then they may get aggressive on that. We've seen them do it before, even on new stuff, which is something that NVIDIA like hates to do. They are very wrapped up in the perceived value of their stuff, whereas AMD is like, well, we got to do this, so we're going to do it. Here's what I'm going to do. I want to sit down. My feet are killing me. So I'm going to shift my camera. Hope you guys don't mind. Don't get nauseous. Don't get nauseous. Don't get nauseous. It should be low enough to allow me to lower the desk and sit down. Let's see. All right, let's try this. All right, that will work. Okay. I gotta make sure my camera is in the right spot now. It is not.
1 second. That's not what I meant to do. 1 second. Perfect. Every time. All right. Just want to show a little bit of the PC there. You know, I haven't done yet. I need to look for any RGB control. The controls for RGB might actually be the case ones, but let me keep looking for any software they might have in here because I didn't really give it a good look. Hang on. Wait a tick. 1 second. Yeah, they put Windows 10 on this. Why would they do that? I know it's an option. I do know it's an option. I just, for anything 12th, 13th, or 14th gen Intel, generally it's better to go with Windows 11, the hybrid architecture. Hayden Allen, what's going on? Welcome. How's it going? Audio is a little flickery. Is it better now? It's probably because I was moving around. I hope it's better now. Odd question, but how do you keep your studio cool with all your machines and lights running? I don't generally. It can sometimes get a little uncomfortably warm, but my main PC is not working too hard right now. So that's the one that usually cranks out the most heat. Yeah, I would have rather seen Windows 11 by anytime it's Intel 12th gen, 13th gen, 14th gen, as that's upcoming. Go Windows 11, guys. It's gonna, and I said this in the video as well on Wednesday. You're potentially leaving some performance on the table if you go with Windows 10 on hybrid architecture for Intel 12th gen and up. Anyway, back to what I was doing. I was like, wait, I don't have to go click all apps. Hold on. Oh, it's just okay. I have my Windows 11 looking a lot like Windows 10, so it took me a second. Yeah, no, there's no software in here. I can't tell if the reset switch is connected or not. I don't want to reboot it, but that might be what's controlling the RGB. So I'm going to hit the reset switch. Let's see what happens. Yep, it reset the computer. What the heck? How is this control? How do I control the RGB, guys? Is there a remote? Is it one of those? I don't think so. Well, that just rebooted it. That's how my weekend's going ahead now. Yeah, I just rebooted my PC. Audio is bueno, my friend. Awesome. But temporary insanity, to answer that question fully, I would say it's just overcompensating by really kicking in the AC earlier before I'm going to be doing a stream if I can. But it was already getting really hot in here while I was moving everything around because I haven't gotten everything streamlined just yet to where streams are. I mean, this table here, this desk goes to that back wall. I have to pull it out, flip it around. It's not all 100% yet, but I've had an epiphany of an idea to make this room super cool, to have a cool trick for like a disappearing table when I'm not streaming with it. And I also need a wider desktop on here. This is not long enough. Okay, so what's the deal? Hold on a second. Wait a second. It's here. It's MSI Center. Oh no. Really?
MSI. Look, there's some bad motherboard software out there, RGB software out there. It does not get much worse than this, though. This is the worst. I would rather have the reset switch control the RGB instead of having to mess with this. Yeah, looking here, Mystic Light is installed. No! Look. Phoenix, I want to talk to you guys, and I'm gonna see if I can get you in contact with Tim from Signal RGB. Maybe y'all can work something out. That'd be pretty cool. I would rather you run that. That has a potential for people to maybe want to do a subscription service. I would rather that than MSI Center. I hate MSI Center. It's so buggy and bad. You guys see it just flickering right now? Just opening command line windows. It's so poorly optimized. I don't think they tried to. I don't think they have ever tried to optimize it. That's how bad the optimization is. See, now we have a breathing effect going on. It wasn't installed? I thought it was installed. It was in the list of installed things. Why did it install again? This is how stupid this is. Like, give me the option to update it if I want to. Don't force me to update. And now we're doing full RGB. Okay. Is it doing the same thing on the front fans? 1 second. Oh, that is not quite long enough. Let me see. It is. Okay, so it's RGB along the outside ring as well. Okay. I mean, with Cooler Master Fan, they have a separate ring of RGBs out there, of RGBs, of LEDs. There. Okay. Let's do an everything thing, and we're just going to go to a steady color, and it's going to be the best color, which is, pay attention everyone, all right, 105. Okay, it's not going to let me tab through them. It doesn't let me tab through the values. Like the simplest programs let you tab through values. And hold on, we're not done yet. That's just a little too much blue. 254. And then we favorite that. No, oh my God. That's so aggravating. Okay, why? Why does it not just accept the color I just put in there? I can't tab through values. Why would anyone want that? Can't tab through the fields. This color is called Electric Indigo. All right, I have to hit apply. It doesn't let you see it in real time. Electric Indigo is the best color for RGB. It is gorgeous. All right, if a little intense, you can always lower brightness. But there we go. Now we're all set. Our RGB is good to go, and I hate MSI Center. All right, I would rather do Armory Core, or what is it, Armory Crate, whatever the hell it's called, Armored Core. Yeah, I'd rather play Armored Core than use this, but I think a lot of people would. No, I'd rather use Armory Crate than this any day of the week, and people complain about that all the time. Oh, you would like me to log in with an account? Really, MSI? Are you sure? I am so surprised that they want that. I'm done. That's it. I'm done with the rant. I'm sorry. Let's just open Steam. Oh, I have to log in. 1 second. My ex would like that color. Oh, okay. It's a great color. Purple is the best. Tim from Tool Time. Like, Armory Crate, RGB Fusion are pretty bad too. I hate RGB Fusion. Armory Crate has some polish. RGB Fusion does not have polish. It's like, hey, this is the framework for the app we're going to be developing, and they're like, ship it, it's ready. Whoa. We did okay. They just included that with $1,000 motherboards. Okay, well, great. That's RGB Fusion 2, the 2.0. Oh, new DLC. Interesting. I did purchase it. Wait, I'm running this. Why isn't it coming up? Please come up. Oh yeah, I have to stop hearing my voice in order to do this. Braythorn versus UI. Haha. Yeah, well, unfortunately it wins because I have to use it. Look, I sunk to a new low tonight, guys. Having to use MSI Center willingly. I did this for you, and I hope you'll appreciate it. Just saying. I gotta plug into my capture card in order to get the audio here. But I don't like gaming without audio. I cannot do it. Low. There we go. What is this crap? Whatever. Okay. You can't see it yet, and that's okay. Still audio static. He pulled this out, and now it's not in my pocket. We'll see if that fixes the problem. You can buy CDNA to own the tools and applications for relatively low volumes tied to Epic. As the sales close, Incentive Instinct is essentially free to biz of compute and Epic sale deal. Sometimes you lose me, man. Sometimes. I think it's because I can't read all of your things, and I think you're responding to other people, so I get lost. Okay. Okay, we have our the OSD is too small. So I was concerned with. So I was worried about. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Got it working. And let's just make sure my settings are in the safe mode. Okay. Ah, there we go. Got it. I haven't played this game in so long. There's some controls I'm just going to be like, I don't remember. Also, all my skill points are gone. We're just going to run around and look at FPS. So, let's do that.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to Info Flash.
I don't remember this being my latest save.
Power yesterday, too? Yeah, when the lights went out, there I was cooking dinner. Oh, well.
Well, okay, that person is accidentally not wearing clothes. Oh, I'm encumbered because I don't have any of my abilities now. I don't know. What am I wearing? What is this hat thing? I don't normally have... I have outfits. I had outfits all set up. Cool. I'm just going to be... What is that? I don't have that. That's not... Wow. This is janky. I probably have a lot of work to do on my character. Why are they all hazmat suits? Oh no, that's because those are hazmat suits. My wardrobe outfits are up here. Yeah, see, I had the Edge Runner thing going on. That was a good watch, I gotta tell you. But what's with the helmet? Why am I forced to wear this helmet? Really stupid. You know what? It looks okay with this. Let's just rock it like this. Let's just go. But I am still encumbered, and I don't know what to do about that. But you know what? We're going to get some FPS walking around here. Let's look at the graphics settings really quick. What we're set to. Graphics are set to Ray Tracing Ultra. All right. And our video is at 1080p, 1920 by 1080. Okay. And... so looking through this, we have NVIDIA. We have a DLA off. DLSS Super Resolution is set to auto. So what we can do is we can try setting that to quality or performance or balanced or just leave it on auto. Or just leave it on like that. DLSS frame generation is off. It's not a 40 series GPU. This is a 3060 Ti. Of course, AMD FSR is off. FSR 2.1 is off. And of course, Intel Xe SS is off. And do I have motion blur on? It's on high. No. Ray tracing on, ray trace reflections on, ray trace sun shadows, ray trace local shadows, and ray trace lighting is ultra. We can try this without DLSS on. Let's see what it runs at if I do that. All right, we are running at native resolution 1080p. Not too bad to do, but at ray tracing ultra. I need to get my car. Where's my car? I don't even remember how to summon my vehicle. I think it's V. There we go. Now I want my controller. What car was I in? That's not my car. Oh, it's behind it. Like, what is this? Wow, the update really hit me hard, didn't it? There it is. We got a fast one. Let's go. Alright, get the controller plugged in here. You always kind of got to go with the... Okay. Phoenix, guys, you got to be careful about aligning the rear I.O. shield with the rear I.O. because I cannot use the top two USB ports at all without mutilating it. So that's 2 down. How many are there? Alright, that one works. Good. The fastest one works. You gotta be careful about that stuff. That's the kind of stuff that, you know, people will... They might not even complain about it. They might just be like, oh, well, I guess that's what I get. But it could also be a manufacturing tolerance issue with the MSI motherboard. In that case, you gotta look at other ones. Or tell them to fix their stuff. Alright, now we can go fast. So we're chilling at 31 FPS, natively rendered. Okay, we're not using DLSS, but at 1080p, DLSS can do some stuff there, but not a ton. How's the audio? That's really loud. Sorry if the audio was too loud. You should really buy my Cyberpunk and Sonic Frontiers. What? Well, that's wow. Doing a great job so far. Haven't driven in this game in a very long time, and it is a bit unique. But it feels like they've made it a little better. No, this isn't a good test, just driving through the highways. I gotta get back to the city center where there's like people. Oh, excuse me. Hey, it was a good drift though, alright? While it lasted. God, man. Maybe it's the rain and the hypercar. Combination of rain plus hypercar is not a good combination. Hey, just get out of my way. Why are you being all stubborn? Alright, cool. Okay, that guy... Okay, I did not... That was not my fault. Okay, I'm sure he's fine. That dude turned right into me. He saw me speeding. He should have known better. And that dude, he probably jumped out in front of my car. I was looking at my phone, so I don't know. So the wanted system is supposed to be all different now. Again, it's been probably a year and a half since I played Cyberpunk, so I don't know. Okay, they let me off, so just running away works. Cool, neato. All right, let me just park it here. Or here, I'm just gonna park it right there. That's convenient for everybody. Let's try putting DLSS back on. I mean, I saw it at like 40. Basically what I have to do, because I can't, you're driving that fast through a crowded area, it's like hard to look up at the numbers there. I'll go back through the footage and see what we got. Let's go back to the settings, and we're going to turn DLSS Super Resolution to auto again. As long as that sticks. It looks like it's staying. Let me try a different vehicle, because they have like vehicle combat now. And I know I have a lot of vehicles, so I should have one of the ones that has it. There we go. I forgot, Cyberpunk uses F for everything, not just to pay respects. God, I'm so slow because whatever ability I had, oh cool, the auto driving, it's just like in real life. It just wrecked my car for no reason. Anyway, whatever ability I had some ability that let me carry a lot of stuff, or more stuff, and they've reset all my skill points, so sorry I'm slow. Okay, I don't know how to use the weapons, but I know we've got them. Excuse me. Why those people got floating arrows? Are they Sims? Did they finally do the big collab we were all hoping for? Cyberpunk X Sims? What the hell's going on? No, I don't want that. I don't want that. I'm trying to... Nope. I said... Okay, no station. Thank you. Nope, didn't mean to get out of the car. I'm just trying to figure out the controls for... Let me see. Okay, some cars are equipped with various weaponry like machine guns or missile launchers. Hold RB to shoot. You'll lock on enemies automatically by default. This setting can be changed in the settings menu. And press Y to switch weapons. Hold left button to aim manually. Okay. Sweet. That worked. Okay. Ah, jeez. I think my stream just got demonetized. Oh well. I'm testing out a system, guys. It's new gameplay. I thought I could switch weapons. No, did not mean to. I pressed one of the back buttons on the controller because it has a custom. Well, this is bad timing. Okay, now would be a good time to not press those because it makes me exit the car. Okay, that was me. That one was honestly me. I own that one. Okay, that was my fault. Press Y. There we go. Now press Y again to change weapons. Do I not have anything different on here? I guess I don't. Anyway, generally, as long as you're getting like 40 to 60 in Cyberpunk and on Ultra, you're usually pretty good. So what we do then is let's go to, instead of Ultra, Ray Tracing Ultra, we're going to go to just basic high settings, which interestingly turns off DLSS and turns on FSR 2.1. That's very interesting. We should see how this turns out. You know, AAA titles are not necessarily gonna run like at a super high refresh rate. They're actually generally like 60 is where you want to be. Especially cinematic titles like Cyberpunk. One of the hardest to run games that's sort of in the meta right now of games to benchmark. I guess I don't really need. I didn't really need to set up Reva Turner statistics server because I could just run the in-game benchmark. But that was more for Starfield. It's just the game didn't transfer like I thought it would. So. Oh. I was just getting the, yeah, go ahead and go home, guys. But, no. Anyway, I'm done with this. Let's see if the game finished transferring real quick. Crash. Sorry, I don't have commands for sounds like that. It'd probably freak me out if I did. Better driving than Defiance PS3. True. Was a headline about Samsung and TSMC having yield issues with the 3nm also. May add to the pricing pressures you said in Q1. I mean, the new way, how is it, there's a term for it where it's fully open, gated, all the way around. That has like a 50% yield right now. And they're not going to do better than that till like late 2024 or something. So we can't really expect 50 series NVIDIA to come out for a while. And if they rush it, it's just going to be bad. They'll still charge a lot for it, though. Okay. That's not what I was looking at. I was looking over here. Here we go. All content moves successfully. Cool. Let's see if that's true. It did take up a lot of space on the drive, so we should be good. Jen the Mithra, I'll be happy with a 4080 and 13900K. You'll be very interested in the next unboxing stream, which should be Monday or Tuesday, just depending on when that video comes out, because I'm very tired. I don't know if I can record tonight after this. What time is it? Just hit midnight. Okay, so it's now tomorrow. I can probably still record. So everything goes right. Video comes out Monday, and after the video comes out, it'll lead right into the stream. I'm going to be unboxing another PC. That sounds very similar to what you just said. All right, 1 second. Now you might be wondering yourself, Ray, why don't you have a fast network drive to store all your Steam games so that you can just use them on all of your systems? That's a really good question. Shared network, just something like that. Again, just great questions coming out, guys. Really good. but I don't have that set up because I've just been redoing everything in my house to try and find the right place to make content, the right way to make content, all of that. It's just the right spot. I would rather not save any progress. Thank you, game. Appreciate that. Okay. Update. Really? It was on the other PC. It was fine there. It's probably going to run like crap because there's like a whole collection of mods in that folder, but no mod manager to run it. Well, then sync it, doofus. I want to show off my ship collection, please. Thank you. But these external enclosures, the Syren enclosures, you can totally just game right off of that. Like I've edited video off of that. It works really well. All right, we're up to date. Let's go. Yes, yes. They know I'm the same person, right? Like on this account, they know I'm the same dude. All right, whatever. 1300K sold very well in the channel last 9 months. 55% of 13th are 900K. Another 30% were KS. So Intel really poured the top bin i9 this gen. Poured on top bin. It's pretty impressive, to be honest. But that's honestly, I think, a result of it being the hybrid architecture. Think about it, Mike. How much of the 13900K is high performance cores? 33%. 33% of that silicon is performance cores. I think it's just easier to get high yield out of it because they just stack on 16 efficiency cores. It works. It's startlingly good. It works really well. But they also have to pump a lot of power through it. Is this just not going to run? It's going to run. There we go. Well, that mod's not working because I'm getting splash screens. Building shaders. Okay, you go ahead and do that. Let's just hang out in the meantime, guys. How are you doing? Let me turn up the brightness on this light up here. It's a bit too dim. I like the Sidus Link app for aperture and Amaran lights. It's just very slow. All right, let's crank this up a bit. You want to see how bright this can get, by the way? Yep. Sorry about your rods and cones, guys. This looks better, though. Okay. I'm going to very quickly show you guys the most recent ship that I built. I don't want to spoil anything, though. So we'll just... Wait, that's not right. Did I just lose a lot of progress? Oh, yeah. That's not right. I'm going to remove this from the network. I'm going to take this offline. Want it to... Oh, my God. It probably just deleted a lot of saves. Like, this ship is old, old. Yeah, that's an old ship before I, like, knew a whole lot about ship design. And not that I know a whole lot about ship design. But, like, I didn't know how to actually make them fast. I just wanted to make them look cool. And just kept adding on more and more and more stuff. What else do I have here? It's the original. Uh-huh. Yeah, a little bright, little bright. Got the razor leaf. Didn't want to mess with it too much. That was just one that I painted up, really. This one's pretty sick. All right? That one's pretty sick. It's not bad at all. For those of you who are, like, on the fence on Starfield and you are kind of interested in the shipbuilding, it's so sick. It is so good. That one I haven't messed with at all. That one I messed with at all. That one I just caught. Now this one is the one that has, yes, this is the one that has the special stuff in it. Those special pieces right there. That, oops, I can't buy those anymore because of story stuff. So that's the only one. I still have the Mantis stuff. This is so far back. Oh my God. Yeah, this is not good. I really hope I didn't just lose all of my progress. Because I might have. The soundtrack, Crash, the soundtrack is amazing. However, they need more stingers. For when you take off, they play the same 4 or 5 notes. And they need to have variations, basically. It gets aggravating after a while. All right, you got it, Mike. Take it easy. I'm just realizing that I think this happened last time I did this for the EK stream. I think I lost a lot of progress then too, and I was like, oh, well, I didn't really like what I was doing then anyway. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. If I run, yeah. Okay, I don't care. Okay, so that I have my batch files. All right. Let's just go build a ship or whatever. I'm just going to do that. Doesn't matter anyway. Wait, what's my speed now? How's my speed? That's not too bad. This one was pretty quick. I have one ship though that I built up that was doing like 450 chilling. And there was no mods, no hacking going on there. No mods going on there. It was just really well balanced. But whatever. God, that armor looks terrible. It's cool, it's legendary, but it looks gross. Yeah, this is not a lot going on here. Still old quests in there. I'm about to have a real bad time redoing all this. I had New Game Plus, all that stuff. Yeah.
Hey, let me know if we're going to head into the well.
Yeah, so the ship size thing, well, this is before I was able to mess with ship sizes, and they really didn't manage it even with like the default sizing.
Hey, kind of breaking my concentration here.
Like it's just it just the hangs off. The bay door there just hangs off, but whatever. Oh, actually no, hold on. Hold on.
Anything I can help you with?
See if this one is good. Okay. We'll make it. We'll stay pretty chill on that. It's just so that everything from the companies he does carry is there.
Need some work done? Sure. How about it?
We were kind of pinned at 60 FPS for a lot of that, so. All right, so what I'm gonna do is just take one of these ships that I had captured before, This thing is pretty sick, though. It's just too bulky. Like, I made it too bulky. And I also learned a lot about pathing. So if you just plop a bunch of halves on and next to each other, the game is going to put doorways wherever it wants. So I learned some things about pathing to make it go right, you know? So what we're going to do is we're going to get into one of these ships that I just bought or caught. And do I have enough money right now? You know what? Who even cares? Okay.
Sure, how about it?
Cool. So, I wouldn't do that normally. Remember, I got a collection of mods, and I knew about some of them, but just was like, I'm not gonna mess with that. Right now, I couldn't care less because it just erased like a week of gameplay. Let's. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna delete this thing anyway. So, Hoplight's pretty sick. All right, right here. You're kind of too round and you're making me uncomfortable. So you are getting the treatment. And by treatment, I mean I don't want none of this stuff. You're starting from scratch, baby. Except this one equipment plate. No, I'm kidding. That goes too. All right. So, first off, my favorite cockpit is not a cockpit. It is a bridge. And we're starting with that. And a lot of people that get really into this use this one because it is the only two-story. For those of you who've never done this, just stick around and watch the shipbuilding thing. It is really one of the best in the game, in my opinion. You're basically building a flying house, and you don't really get to decorate on the inside, but you're building your own flying home battleship warship thing, and it's pretty awesome. So look, this is the only one that has 2 levels and has stairs. Now that ladder garbage, but how do you keep it that way? Well, I use these. So what I'll do is I'll put something like, say I want to put, I don't mind this thing being too big, but like if I want to put a big mess hall there, so everybody could chill and eat, hang out, whatever, I could do that. And it's just going to have that one entrance right there. Unless I put something on the side, which I don't mind doing that, or on the bottom of it. Then you're going to have in the middle of this mess hall a hole in the floor with a ladder just right there. Someone's going to be walking around with their chili dog and their limeade, cherry limeade. Just be walking to their seat and just whoop right through the floor. Not cool. So we avoid that. I'm not actually going to put this thing in here. We're going to keep this thing not small, but not too big. We can do the 2x2. That's not too bad. And we can do battle stations. That's what we're doing first here. All right, cool. It looks kind of weird, right? Well, don't you worry. We got some tricks for that. And maybe I'm actually going to put this on the bottom. No, we'll put it on the top. Okay. And then we'll do a 2x1. And now you can basically an all-in-one thing. You just, for those who haven't really messed with this, you can go through these and this different thing, right? And it actually, like if you get the workshop, you get 3 different crafting tables in there to make, to work on spacesuits, weapons, and you get an engineer, what is it, an engineering table or whatever, so you can like make special parts. So we'll put the control station there. Makes sense with the battle stations, or I'll do the computer core actually. If you ever want to just change this without deleting it, just grab it and move it slightly and then just use it to change it. You'll see it change on the left. Now we have a computer core and battle stations right there. This isn't really testing the PC, is it? I know. Now, how do we keep... We got to keep extending the ship, right? How do we keep it from making top and bottom ones? Well, we are going to have one ladder, just one. All right? I use the spine. So the HopeTech Hab spine, it makes a long hallway with no top, bottom, left, or right exits or entries. So we do that. We do that. Bam. Now, we're going to put a companionway. Nope, that's not happened, but I can change that. There we go. Okay, so now that we have that, if we put our, so our landing bay right here, not that. One that goes vertical, it'll go right into that. If we want to keep the ship low, we don't use that one. We use one that goes in with a doorway. Like this one. See that right there? You can kind of tell if you zoom in on it, which I can't do right now. But you'll see a doorway there, right? Most of them have an opening in the top, so it goes into whatever hab is above it. This one is going to go right into this companionway, and this is going to have a ladder going up, because I am going to probably do that. Let's actually remove this, double click to grab whatever's there. So that would go up. Or I can do it this way, just Control Z to undo, and we can put like an armory here. How about that? That sounds good to me. We'll just go to Habs again and go to the all-in-ones and go to the right until it says Armory. Is anybody bored? I'm not. Bam. There you go. So now what's going to happen is this. You're going to have this doorway. So you're actually planning how you're going to get around in the ship. It's pretty cool. Let me just fix this. Okay. And then zoom in. You're planning how you're going to get around the layout. So you go in through the doorway here, and you have one ladder going up, and I need to put this back. A hallway going right to the cockpit, to the bridge. That's it. So you have a ladder going up. That's going to take you to the armory. Put all your weapons and stuff there. Battle stations and the computer core and to the bridge. Or skip all that, go directly to the bridge, go up the stairs. You're at your pilot seat. There you go. And what if you want to go to, you want to make it a wider ship, but you don't want interlocking left and right kind of entryways? Guess what? They don't just have the spine, they have these in a horizontal version too. And actually, Novatech, these are the guys I like to use. Nova Galactic, they're the ones I like to use for stuff. I like because that's what the bridge is made by them. You can mix and match. I mix and match all the time. But if you're trying to go horizontal, check this out. Wrong thing, sorry. You go to Habs and you'll find these in here. It's just a little guy right here, the cross passage. There you go. Now I can put another hab here and it's not going to intermingle. If you just put it up against here, you can either have the doorway here or here or here. Meaning, if you want to go from here to, you have to actually go all the way around. And it's stupid. No. We're going to put this. We could even put it down here. And now, when you enter the ship, you have 3 options where to go. You put another one here. You have 4. So it's like right when you get into the ship. Oh, actually, yeah, 3 options. Up, forward, right, or left is 4 options. So you basically make it to where you go in, and everything is right within reach. Done. Just like that. That's when you get to make it look cool. Can there be Gundams in Starfield? They are outlawed. They had mechs. They had mech warfare. But it was so egregious, it was outlawed. Yeah, the takeoff sound is so repetitive. That is so true. But the thing is, they have an orchestra. They could have done variations on that stinger, which is what like a few notes or something like that is called. They could have done variations on it, and it would have been awesome. Heck, dude, throw an epic like electric guitar in there now and then. Like think the movie Armageddon, how they had like orchestra music, and then suddenly an electric guitar came in, and it was like, oh my god, this is rad. They could have gone that route here, I think. I saw on YouTube you can build Star Wars ships. Probably. There's others modded, or you can do something like those. You just created huge inflation for groceries across the galaxy by doing that. For groceries? Yeah. This is interesting. First time seeing this here. Really? Okay. Excuse me. Bad habit. Okay, so if we do this, now what we do, and this turns out really cool, just you wait. So what we'll do is we'll put a hab here, an actual one. Okay, we'll do another 2x1. We could do a 3x1 if you just want the engineering bay, but those are kind of useless to me. We'll do another 2x1, and we'll make it we can do captain's quarters. An infirmary, living quarters, so you can take passengers. A science lab, so you can make pharmaceuticals and aid items. Or a workshop. So what we'll do is we're going to do captain's quarters because I need my alone time. All right, sometimes I need to get away from everyone who triggers little messages and things they say every time I come within 20. Ugh. And then we'll put a workshop behind it. All right, there we go. Because I like to make my projects. I like to work on my stuff. It's okay. Actually, we'll put the workshop first and the captain's quarters after. I could have just changed what they were, but that seems easier to me. And what we'll do is, this looks really flimsy, right? Well, there's pieces for that. So we go to structural. We can do like the Deimos bracer, or one that looks a lot more sturdy to me, which is the Stroud engine bracer. Look at that. So there you go. Nice and sturdy, right? And we're going to continue the ship on after this. Don't you worry. I actually might want to raise these up. So that's what I'm going to do. Let me do this and that. I would rather not have that all so close to the ground, because if you have a big ship, which I don't have that many limitations for length and width on this thing. I can go really big if I want. That ends up looking kind of crazy. So what we'll do is we're going to actually, it's not connected. Good. We're going to bring it here. Okay, so you would go up and then to the back of this, and then you have your hallways going to each side. Bam. There you go. If you've already been doing some of this and you already know about all this stuff, this is boring. If you all this and you didn't know about some of this stuff, it might be exciting for you. If you haven't built ships in this game yet, and you might be the type to get really into it, I'm sorry. You're going to. It's going to happen. All right, so there's just going to be some support here, whatever, or a here. I don't know. However I feel like doing it is how I'm going to do it. And then on this side, I would put like back to Habs. And let's do living quarters, living quarters and an infirmary. Sure, whatever. I want to take passengers. And yes, you can paint these in all kinds of colors. If you've never messed with this stuff, it is really, really cool. Oh, these fuselages are pretty cool. They're really annoying. And like, it looks like an old school shuttle, but so you think you would put just a bunch of them and it'd be like a long hallway kind of thing. Nope, there's a door at every juncture, and it's really, really annoying. I tried that. I did try it. You have an infirmary. I feel like the infirmary should be closer to where you enter, because you're like hurt on a planet or something. You're like, all right, I don't want to have to trudge through half a mile of ship just to get the infirmary, but whatever. This is just me messing around because I'm upset that it got rid of my game progress. But okay, so now that we have that, this is all pretty low to the ground. I feel like I should have it be a bit higher up. So what I would do is maybe this. Check this out. So I'll do this. No, I think it was fine. Oh, it was. Okay, we'll just Control-Z everything. We'll get back to this. Okay, so yeah, this looks stupid, right? It looks terrible. So there's all kinds of structural pieces to make your stuff look pretty cool. So if we go to structural, And I'm going with Nova Galactic, so we'll go to that section there just to get started. There we go. Do that. Put that there. You see, so it's like these parts can get kind of hidden. You know what I mean? And then you can do some pretty cool stuff. So what'll happen there to bridge that is I go to this and hit Z. There we go. See that? Look at that. Sick. Just super cool. Okay. Like they made a lot of pieces for this. Somebody had a lot of fun with this, I think. What do you think? I mean, it's already looking pretty rad. We don't even have engines on, like landing gears. It already looks super sick. I'm not even looking at chat. I'm so sorry. Okay, I would probably like this part of the game at least. Yeah, I know. Yeah, just in the vanilla game, you can build Star Wars ships. That's really cool. I can get really big if I want to. Okay. Looks like you're building a Y-wing. Oh, it's gonna change. Trust me. I used to be all about building custom Lego ship. Is it Lego? Is that what it says? There's like a heart in front of it, so I can't see it. But yeah, I would get addicted easily. I mean, it's really fun. It can get expensive, but just playing the game, you can make a lot of money. So let's see. So here, I think I do need to lift this up if I'm going to go with the design I'm thinking, but that's not a problem. I just need to remove this part. Whoop! You generally want to be at the right angle for this. That and that. Make this whole thing go taller. So that's one level higher. Okay. And then what we would do is we can have the armory there, and what we're going to do is we're going to extend this even more. Even with this, even without the spine stuff, like this is already really nice because as soon as you enter, you're just going to be in the armory. You can choose to go here or here. This is where the living quarters and infirmary are for the regular folk. And there's a captain's quarters and workshop right here. And then up here is where you have your battle stations, computer core, and then your bridge. Or you can go straight to the bridge. So this would basically be... Yeah, see, that's the problem. I think what I need to do is maybe do one where you do go up. How did I do this before? Because I did do something like this before. Like that, and then maybe change the docking bay, not docking bay, but the landing bay to one that goes underneath. I can face it that way, I suppose. That one. There we go. So now you're going to have a landing bay right there, and it's going to go into this one companionway that doesn't go anywhere else. It doesn't go in any other direction. It just goes up into here, which means you can go right into the battle stations area or the bridge, or you can go straight into the bridge going underneath here, or you can go to these areas here, the sort of living habitation areas or whatever, right? So that's already pretty cool. Neat. Okay, cool. So let's get to the fun part, which is like engines and stuff, right? How are we going to extend this without making it a whole bunch of heavy habs and stuff like that? We're only at 155 mass. I've built things up to 4,000 mass before, but things like fuel tanks and grav drives and reactors, which there is a mod here that allows for more than one reactor. So no more having to nitpick what's going to get power, just like everything gets power. I do want to note, I've been running this the whole time on this 12400F and 3060 Ti, and it's running awesome. This does not have DLSS. Did not do the mod to activate DLSS in here. This is running on FSR2, and this is a lot of assets that it's loading in. It's doing all this. It's doing it all smoothly. Looking pretty good so far. Okay, so what we will do now is there are some pretty cool pieces in here. The problem is my favorite one. There's a bug on it where there's a bug with it where you cannot paint it. Look at that. Look at that piece. You can't paint this. It's like a crime. So you basically have to match the rest of the ship to this. It sucks. I'm not actually putting that there because it's a little weird because it sticks off on the corners here, but you kind of get the idea. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, you want to be above it. What you can do with this is hide things like gaps. And what we'll do with these gaps, we're not just leaving them like that because that would be kind of weird, right? You use these gaps here where you, if you're paying attention to like your pathing and your routing and stuff, you use the gaps for stuff like cargo. So your cargo is nice and hidden and tucked away. So we'll just go in here. And we'll put some cargo that will allow me to have something underneath it, like landing gears, you know? Let's do that one. It doesn't look that nice, but it sort of goes in seamlessly. There we go. Now I can put under here that should be able to reach all the way down there. That one short. I can also put something above it to help with that. Yeah, I might need to put an extra block there just to help with the landing gear, so let's do that. It's actually perfect. I'll tell you why. We actually need that because we need weapon mounts. Yeah, I know. It's just I don't know if anyone actually reacted to that in a way that is would mean I should say anything like yeah I know, but yes, it is really cool. If you were thinking that. So we're just gonna go to structural. I'm forgetting what I'm doing here. Structural. And we're gonna go to the, let's use a Deimos one here. It doesn't quite match perfectly, but it has all the mounting points on all 6 sides, and that's what we want. Because, oh, that's a little out of place actually. Not a good place for a weapon mount, because what are we gonna do? Shoot the back of our thing here? Okay. It may need to be over here. And in that case, I'll see if there's one from Nova Galactic that I can use. That'll match better on the outside. I was already in structural. I don't know what I was doing. Nova Galactic is actually up here. And no, there is not. Okay. There's this bracer here, which just is tubes and pipes and stuff. I guess that works if we put a fairing over it, but let's just ditch that. And we'll just go put this back here. As long as it's painted the same, it should look fine. Now we can put a landing gear there. Just pick the one that you think looks coolest or whatever. Or holds them. There are different stats to them. We'll go with this one. This is right here. There's going to be more filling this in, don't worry. Like here. It's all structural stuff, though. Because we already have enough habitation stuff. Am I losing viewers? I'm probably losing viewers. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I nerd out about this stuff. I don't even have my stream up over here. Yeah, losing concurrent viewers. It's okay. Hey, 26 of y'all are hanging out watching me nerd out about spaceship stuff. And Doodle having to convert power to certain things in combat, it's a cool mechanic. And it makes sense, but after a certain level and like, there's a feeling of like accomplishment once you have built yourself to a ship that doesn't require that as much. But it is cool to like have, oh, well, I need to divert power to the grav drive now, specifically, like that one thing. Purple energy weapon color FTW. What was I looking for here? I was looking for stuff that matches the front there. And that would be this one. Yeah, that one. So they basically make it to where it'll mostly match the shapes coming off of the previous piece. There we go. Just add a few more of those. Or we can kind of build it outward a little bit. But I kind of like the look of having this be solid in the middle and having that be a little bit thinner. And then we have a piece here. Oh, I can't do that because I got to put this guy, the weapon mounts. Sick. Now I wonder if I should use this kind of gear or one of these. Like that. I generally will try to tuck gears away so they're not as obvious, but I do think like this one looks pretty cool. It needs a piece below that. This one doesn't. It has that kind of sort of, it just grabs onto there, but it sort of looks beat up. I don't know. It's a charm all on its own. I think I'll leave things as they are for now. I don't really like that. You know what? I'm going to get rid of it. And we'll put a piece here that can accept a landing gear. How about that? We'll worry about landing gears later. Yes. All right, just a few more of these pieces, then I'll move on to the engine stuff, which is this when things can get pretty cool. Where am I looking here? There. So there you go. Just a few of those. Notice what it does, though. It kind of hides the exposed parts that you might see. And what about these parts here? Well, you do a few more of those. Or we can switch it up to different, like manufacturer, which is what we'll probably with going with some Stroud or Deimos. So if you go with this, it just gives you sort of like a thin, aggressive wing. Deimos is like the military manufacturer. That's kind of what that's kind of their game. Oh, I remember how I did this, and it was really cool. Okay. I remember how I did this now. I instead did it like that. Look at that. So sick. And I think I had these lower, and that's where I put my landing gears. But look at that. So sleek, so nice. Now, what do we do from there? Because like it has to extend all the way back. Well, we can start putting in things like, you can still use a hab. You can still use like the 3x1 engineering bays. They're not a ton of mass, relatively speaking, and they go a long way, literally speaking. Okay, do that, right? And now you got all of this hanging out here, and I think I might actually remove something like the work. Maybe I'll just relocate the workshop somewhere else, and maybe get the infirmary somewhere else. So we have living quarters on one side, captain's quarters on the other side. Bam, there, that's done. I was also thinking not doing this and doing, oops, Control Z. Instead doing Stroud. Oh, those are habs. Didn't mean to do that. Structural. Stroud has some really cool pieces. Yeah, like that. So you can see like we're building up to something there beyond that. So here is where things start to get really cool. I keep saying that. I know. I'm sorry. So here we can do something like these. Right? Although maybe I'll go up for this. Okay, that's freaking out because I'm at the wrong angle here. But actually, no. We're going to do it like that. That. Nope, that's the wrong piece. All right, there we go. We can actually just keep building these out. Okay, cool, right? And then, bam. Okay, now under this is going to be more weapon mounts over here, engines on the back, stuff like that. Like here, check this out. The controls are a little clunky, moving around. I'm not a big fan of those, but yeah. Let's see, let me. Now, why is it that I like to make it so flat like this? Because you have to look over your... I don't like being in the cockpit for dogfights. I like being third person for the ship. And if you build up something really tall in the middle, it looks super cool, but then you have to look through that for battle. And this makes it to where you have a really big, clear view. Plus, it looks amazing, like taking off, landing, doing all that stuff. Well, you need engineering and a mess hall. Yeah, I know. 3060 Ti, 12400F, 32 gigs of RAM, DDR4, 3600 CL18, 1 terabyte Kingston NV2 Gen 4 NVMe drive. Yeah, that actually looks pretty dope. Awesome. It's just late. It is late. Well, see, this is what I would probably want to be doing anyway afterwards. So, okay, so we got to have our power and stuff, right? So, no. Okay. First off, let's get a fuel tank in here. Okay. And then we need our grav drive. I like the ones where you can mount things to all 4 sides. All 6 sides, excuse me. 50, jump thrust 154. This one's better, but you can't mount things to the top. So, I mean, it's the same power, but lighter. But we'll go with this guy. All right, plus that looks super cool at the back. And then, this is what I was talking about, the mod to add multiple reactors, because I just, it's fine. It's cool to do all the power stuff. I just got tired of it after a while. I was just like, I just want to go do stuff, do fun stuff. And so we'll put a couple of SF40 sheared flow reactors here. And that looks super sick. Well, when it's in the right spot. Like, look at that. That looks super cool. And you can put stuff on the sides and on the front, and that's where engines are going to go. So what we do here, start putting in some engines, is we're actually going to get one of these. Just throw that right there. There you go. And then maybe an engine mount. There's a lot of structure, and a lot of it is wasted. But I realized a while back that, like, well, it doesn't matter if I'm going super fast because, like, I slow down to fight anyway. I have to, or else you can't really steer. What am I doing? Structural. I skipped it, didn't I? Okay. So you go to Stroud, Eklund, and you go to the engine mounts. We'll do that. Like, look at that. That looks great. And you can go here. Oops, we'll go there. And we'll do the bottom part of that. Press Z and it flips it around to be whatever side you want. This is the right side right here. This is the one we want. You see that coming together? And what would we put here? Well, another one of those things to sort of make it complete. Press Z, flip it over. There you go. And that is the tip of our wing. And it has a mount for an engine on it. Neato, gang. There you go. Speaking of engines, we're just going to put... I still haven't figured out the secret sauce for engines, because there's a certain diminishing returns where the more engines you put, the slower you go. It's just weighing it down. Like these, it doesn't make sense. All right, look. If you look here, this is a B-class engine, meaning you have to have a class reactor to use it. We have C-class, which is actually unintuitively, but it's a higher class. So we can put more powerful engines in this, but look at this. 24,300, I don't know, engine thrusts. Engine thrust is 24,300. Mass is 135, right? So divide that up, you'll get mass per, engine thrust per mass. Right, but this is, you don't have to do the math because this is, look here. This is a Class C engine, the highest end one in this from this brand, 18,330 mass. That makes no sense. Even this one, 25,770 is more engine thrust, but way more mass than this, more than double, and not that much more thrust. That makes, it makes no sense. More maneuvering thrust, though, I think. Yeah, quite a bit more. So what I do is I'll mix them up. I'll put that one there, and maybe get a Class C one of these here. Wait, is that the right one? Let me make sure. Class C, highest end. Yeah, that's the only one that can go there. Well, I mean, the most powerful one that can go there. Bam, there you go. Some engines under there. Let's build the same kind of like support thing for an engine here. No, not an engine. I need structural. If y'all are checking out, that's fine. I'm just going to be here for a while doing this and having fun with it. I mean, this, like, I could just stream this all day and have a great. Why did it change? The last thing I was one of these. Why doesn't it just go back to one of those? It's annoying. All right, there you go. But yeah, you do have a lot of options in shapes. And as the shape changes, you'll notice that mounting points will appear. And there are structural mounting points and then weapon mounting points. And they're not that visually different, so don't get, it'll be confusing. There we go. One thing I will say is if you mix and match engines, like the that leaves behind as you're like taking off or flying it can be really cool. Oh, wait, it's not, wait, really? I mean, the ship size thing is fine, but it's not letting me do the multiple reactors thing. That sucks. So there's some of the things that are missing from excess engine power. Oh, that sucks. That mod's not in there, I guess. I don't even have, you know, this is a new PC. I'm just testing a PC out. So whatever, we can still talk about design. And the ship size thing did work, so we can have a massive ship, and that's cool. But yeah, whatever. Anyway, you're getting the idea. It's really cool stuff. I can't put more engines now. I normally would, but I can't. Anyway. Capital Y-Wing. Wish we had VATs from Fallout and combat besides dogfights. Please, North Korea gets good vacuums. But only if they're nice. There you go. Even without a whole ton of engines on it, it looks pretty cool. like there was more to add, like more cargo stuff, just more structural things. It's going to tell me stuff like, oh, you want to add too many weapons. Of course I want to add too many weapons. That's fun. I got to the point where it was like if you use EM weapons, you can once you get past the ships, an enemy ship's shields. Here, I'm gonna go back to main cam here because I'm gonna wrap this up. I got to a certain point where I had, you can, once you've disabled like a pirate ship or a mercenary ship or whatever that's attacking you, you can then board it and then actually fight them, have a gunfight in there, and like take them out, steal their ship, own their ship, take it, whatever, sell it, whatever you want. I had done so many of those because it was so much fun that it bugged it out to where, yes, I would still have encounters and I would still get attacked and stuff, but if I tried to board the ship, no enemies would spawn. And I would just like, ghost ship, by Jove. And then I would just like walk up to the seat and just like, I could either just steal a ship or just leave, like, whatever, this is boring. But I started the new game plus and it all started working again, and now it's gone. I gotta redo all that. I don't know, maybe because I took this offline, maybe the saves are going to be fine on my PC here. I don't know. Cross your fingers for me, guys. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the Syren. Now, clearly, here's the thing. I have no illusions that there are any companies out there that aren't going to have some kind of issue. That's just a given. That's how it goes. And I'm not naive enough to think like, oh, I like those guys, so they're never going to have a problem. That's not what you get when you get a recommendation from me saying like they're never going to have an issue. I'm sure if I were a customer saying, hey, you guys sent me the wrong power supply because the box was there and the box isn't what I ordered. That's one of the things. With other SIs, you have to open it up to verify your parts. Then they send you the box and we verified. Oh no, that was accurate. So it actually helps if you're not really savvy on computer stuff. Oh, big number is wrong number. So I'm sure that when I tell them about it, they're like, dude, we'll fix that like ASAP. Sorry that happened. It was a mix up with a Harpy power supply and that shouldn't have happened. Okay. To me, that's the more important thing. And I do trust that they would do that. They would take care of that. So here's what's going to happen with the giveaway. Come back for the video that's going to be on Monday. Because I'm very tired tonight, it may not be till like Tuesday. Sorry about that. But right after that video, whenever it's going to come out, there's going to be another stream. That's going to be fun. But aside from that, in the beginning of that video, I should have details for you and a link to where you could win this thing. And yes, we're going to get it fixed up. We're going to get, not fixed up. It's not broken. It's just the power supply issue. We're going to get that sorted. This thing is gaming in AAA like nothing. Okay? At 1080p, high settings. I have my settings on high for Starfield all the time. It was getting 55, 60 FPS or higher generally all the time. And that's, not the easiest game to run. Cyberpunk is difficult, downright difficult to run. We're running at native settings, 1080p, ultra ray tracing performance with no DLSS. And it was still getting like 40, 45 FPS at 1080p, granted, but native resolution. And they only made it with 2.0, they made it harder to run the game. They warned you, hey, make sure, there was actually a message that went out, make sure your cooling for your CPU is good. We had no problems. It ran great, and once we turned on DLSS, it ran over 60 FPS pretty much all the time. Really, really well. So, that's what you want out of it. It should even be able to do 1440p at not ultra ray tracing, but like just high settings, medium settings, adjust settings individually, the ones that are important to you. And that's the thing is that is literally the hardest game to run right now. Cyberpunk 2077 2.0 with the, what is it? Liberty, whatever update. I haven't been paying attention to it very much. But with that update, it's gotten harder to run than ever. The reason I run AAA titles is because you'll know that you can run esports titles easily at high refresh rates if this is doing good refresh rates on AAA titles, which are more meant to be cinematic and generally you want 60 FPS or higher. Everything looked good to me. Temps were awesome. Like this thing never got above 55 degrees Celsius in Cinebench for 10 minutes. Temps on the GPU were at around 75 degrees Celsius at maximum, but that's because it had a little extra headroom to raise some frequencies a little bit, and it did so. And that's what you want it to do. It's not supposed to be like, well, if I don't have to work hard, I'm not going to. It's gonna, the overclock version of this card, it's gonna look for opportunity to boost the clocks. I'd say that this is a great system. It was about, now, with the way that I configured it when I did 13600K, it was getting up to like a 13600K with a 3060 Ti and the AIO and other little improvements that I made. It was getting up to like $1,600, but it's on sale and you get a discount with my code Breathorn. In this configuration, it's around $1,400, and you saw how it gamed. It did everything. I could probably throw this on 1440p and still have a very good play experience, especially if you're not looking at something as demanding as Cyberpunk without DLSS. Yikes. But I've tested the 3060 Ti thoroughly in other PC reviews already. We know it's a good card for both 1080p and 1440p. But with 1440p, you do need to be a little bit more responsible with your settings and not go crazy with it. So, if you're watching the actual edited review for this, the giveaway is probably already over. But if you watch the stream or you watch Monday's video, you'll know that there's going to be a link to join a giveaway. And I wish you the best of luck. We're going to get this thing with the proper power supply unit in it. And I mean, it had no power problems, but this is going to give you the future upgradability that you're supposed to have with the part they listed on the site. So we're going to get that sorted. But for those of you who hung out through the whole stream and watched me geek out about ships in Starfield for a really long time, thank you for that. I appreciate it. That was a fun time. But also, I just love doing these this way where we get to get an unfiltered look at these systems right out of the box. So you know what your out-of-box experience and initial gameplay experience is going to be like, and that your thermals will be good. So, I like the checklist from Skytech. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, DF Starfield. How did I not notice you earlier? I'm here playing Starfield, and DF Starfield is here. The person the game was named after, obviously. Hope you're doing well. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me and through the fun parts and the boring. I will see you guys on the next one and in the next video. Another stream coming up early next week when the video drops. Right afterwards is going to be another stream. So if you liked this, you'll love that, I hope. Until then, take care. I wasn't ready to end the stream yet. I have the wrong mouse. So, glad I'm a smash hit. We knew you would be. All right, I'll see you guys in the next one. Captain Breathorn out, I guess. I've got a screen for this. I forgot. There you go. Later.
Let's go, nerds!